Good morning.
There was no email today.
Really?
I didn't get one.
Huh. Anyway, sorry for the day. I'm having trouble connecting on my computer, so I'm on my laptop for a second. I don't know why my thing won't connect. And the email, I'm gonna go check because if not, I'll go send it right now. But it should have gone out.
Fortunately, I was able to pull up a previous one.
Yeah, it's the same email always, but
Yeah.
still, I do send it. I'm having my computer is completely crashed, which is so weird. I'm editing a video, which might be what's stopping everything, but seems like more than that. Anyway,
Yeah, no, my pipeline is just old emails, nothing new.
yeah, well, I'm trying to get it to sign it in then, but I'm not even able to.
So it might be a pipeline issue.
They have been working with pipeline and doing all kinds of weird stuff. And the computer doesn't.
Good morning, everyone.
What's
Morning.
that? Good morning. My computer's frozen and I'm trying to get out of it. So give me a second, you guys. I finally had to connect, but I just couldn't. Okay, I'm quitting a couple of programs I have open. There, at least I was able to quit before I couldn't even quit. Okay, looks like that was what was stopping everything because now it's beginning to move. Okay. All right, so did no one get the email today? Does anyone else, did anyone get the email?
I did not receive an email today, and I sent you an email and didn't receive a reply, so it's probably somewhere in the,
When did you send an email today?
I didn't send it today. It would have been prior to the last class.
Let me check.
That's great.
By the way, can you guys put your right names on your name first and last name on your Zoom?
Oh,
Give me a second.
okay. Mine is showing up with my mother's name because I'm in Denver with her and I'm logged into her desktop.
Yeah, that's what I was like. Need to, but yeah. Give me a second. Okay, I'm finally able to open Photoshop, but I haven't been able to connect with Zoom. Let me give that a try. It's coming, it's coming. I had to cancel out of a bunch of other stuff, but they're not even so funny. It says that I'm running a ton of programs that I'm not running. Something's weird. I might have to restart my computer. You know what? I'm probably gonna have to do that. Photoshop is working, but not Bridge. Okay. Wow, I've been battling with it for a while, and then I saw the time had come and gone to open up, and I opened up, but it's just, I don't know why. This is such a problem. It seems like it's telling me that I have like 3 versions of the same program open. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to quit. I'm gonna close. I'm gonna restart this computer so that I can focus with you on this one. And while this one's kind of restarting and fixing it, then we can get going because in this everything's running for now. But this is the one that I usually do all my demos on. Okay, so I'm restarting. All right. So now I can focus over here. So hi everyone. Tech support and tech issues happening, right? All the time. And I'm doing my best to get things to work. But yeah, so for those of you who just joined, it seems that no one got my emails. So just a minute to make sure that everyone does have it. Well, but I mean, most of you guys are here, but and just so you know, the email is always the same one. But I do need to do a quick access to pipeline. And so that I can come in. So give me a second. I need to have a. Guys, 07303. Okay. So, all right. By the way, I'm gonna go ahead and share my pipeline screen, not my pipeline screen, my Padlet screen, because I saw you guys have been putting up some new stuff, and that's wonderful. And Shelley, you just posted some leaves. I'm having trouble even getting to Padlet. I wonder if it's my Wi-Fi. This is weird. Okay, well, let's see. Right, looks like that's working. Are you guys seeing my screen now? I can't hear anyone. Are you guys hearing my screen?
Yes, I'm seeing your
Okay,
screen.
thank you. Yeah. When no one answers, I say I can't hear anyone. I don't know if it's the volume has muted or if no one's answering. Okay, great. I can't see you guys yet to welcome you on this little computer, but I'm getting the other one restarted and hopefully we'll get to a place where I can be back with you guys. But I just wanted to say that thanks everyone for posting all these images that that have been that we were working on last week. And I just wanted to mention that I have Rebecca's photo that she sent me. And we did this at the very end of class. Did we do it while everyone was still in session, or was it after when I say, okay, class is over, and then I helped Rebecca? Does anyone remember? Because I helped her with the tools that we learned the other day.
I think class was over.
And class was over, yeah.
Yeah.
It was a perfect example of just amazing changes, was just one of the little tools that I showed you last week. So here's the photo that she had taken through a window screen from a bus, right? Where
Mhm.
you see the greenish tint of the bus window. And then with the color balance tool from Camera Raw with just one click, that's what happened. And there's more that can be fixed, but that's just the quick one click of a tool that we had that I had shown you how to use, but it wasn't the most efficient use of it in the image that I showed you. Anyway, so if you go over here, here's the before and here's the after. And she sent me the photo and I was gonna see if I could send it to you guys, but to put it in the class file so that you guys could practice with it. But I am still having an issue with getting through this. My computer's completely dead. Okay, I don't know what's happening to my real computer, so I'm gonna restart it one more time. It's a brick, which is a
Ooh.
disaster. And if I can't fix it, then I will just continue teaching with the laptop. So I need to plug it in. That's me restarting it for second time. I'm hoping that this time it works, but let me plug in my laptop. Sorry, guys. Normally, my such a reliable computer, but I was editing a video, a really big video, and it got stuck, and I just don't know. Maybe that's what's happening. Anyway, plug this laptop in, and then until my other computer works, I will continue with this one. There we go. Okay, problem solving. Do you need me to change your name? Right now you show up as Preston Hill. If you go over to the little video of yourself and you hover over it, there's 3 little dots appear on the top right. If you click on that, it'll say rename and you can rename yourself. And it's just temporary. It's for this class. It's not like your mom's computer will disappear or anything.
I will go ahead and do that. I didn't want to make a permanent change to my mother's.
No,
name.
it's a temporary thing. It just shows up correctly later for when I do my roster. But the thing is, if you don't want to be changing it each time, I always tell people then go and change it in the settings. But if you do it
Right.
this way, it just changes for this one meeting and that's it. All right. So, what we're doing let me just stop my no, I don't need to stop my share. I'm going to go over here to Bridge. So the work that we did, if you guys raise your hands or things like that, because I'm on my little small laptop, I won't be able to see you, okay? So I have you all, if you need to speak to me, speak up or, use one of the tools or something, because right now you're kind of hidden to me while the other computer turns on. So, so I can't really even say hello to everyone. I can't even tell who's here yet, but I will see you guys in a minute when it all resolves itself. Meanwhile, let's get going with the class. So, one of the things the main thing that we did last week was work with Camera Raw. Oh, and I'm going to stop my share for a second so that I can see you. There we go. Now I can see you. I feel a little bit better. Oh, there you go. Hi, Bud. Hi, Rebecca. And Ginny and Julia, Shelly, who else is here? Sue, nice to see you. Kim, Saul, Shelly, Deborah, Shuli, Lisa. Yeah, I see you all. Jebne and Linda. All right, if those of you who can go to the chat and give a little hey ho in the chat, that really helps. Especially if I turn out to not be able to make my computer work and I teach this whole time here, then I can see on the chat anything you need to say when I don't see you guys, okay? In case that's what ends up happening, which I hope not, but yeah. So last class we focused on working with raw files, but the file we worked with was already a raw file. We didn't work on JPEGs through RAW and things like that. But before we jump into that, did anyone go ahead and go try with whatever camera they used to take a raw picture this week? Yes, no, maybe? Not even a little try? Okay. I can't challenge you to do it one more time because today's our last class. So I can. I mean, it's not like your life is over, just this class is over. You can still try to do it. But yeah, give it a try because almost everyone's phones that are newer than, let's say, God, 3 years old, 4 years old, even 5 years old at this point, I'm not sure, can take raw pictures. And yes, many people have older phones. But just saying, if you have anything in the newest amount of phones, it would work. Before, you could only do it with a big old DSLR with lots of lenses and things. Then we moved on to that many point and shoot cameras that I remember still teaching people how to use them until a few years ago. But it turns out normally most people don't have point and shoot cameras anymore because they have their phones. It became the point and shoot camera. So if you don't know how, research, look it up, because for certain situations, if you're in that amazing place that you really won't ever be again, or you're seeing something that's really unique, you might want to know how to turn the feature on to take pictures, to take a raw photo at that point. As I said, it would make a difference later when you go process it. But today we're going to spend a little bit more time. There's two different things I'm going to have us do. I'm going to spend a little bit more time on the features that have to do with processing raw from inside of Photoshop, a little bit more about the way to do that. But one thing I have not done with this group, and we ran out that we had kind of one day less than expected. So another thing I didn't really do there's 3 things I want to cover, of which I only have time for 2, is what I'm saying. I'm going to miss one big thing that I want to cover. So maybe I'll let you guys vote on which one the group in general would prefer to have. A quick one was just going to show you how to open a raw image and process some raw imagery inside of Photoshop, and explain a little bit more the process of smart objects, which, since I haven't told you enough about it, you wouldn't even know why it's important or not. So anyway, and then the other 2 things I wanted to show you was a lot of content-aware tools for retouching and fixing and changing things that need to be worked on beyond all the masking we've been doing, but actually creative intelligent tools that Photoshop has to like anything from taking out little spots in the sky or pimples in a face to completely, you know, moving the tree from here to there in an image, just all these tools that do not take all this masking, all this work that we've been doing, because Photoshop has some pretty powerful tools to do that, and relatively easy to use tools too. So it's one of those things that doesn't have such a big learning curve. And my my other computer is completely stuck on the restart process. So I'm crossing every finger I have and hoping it at some point resolves itself. And then the last thing, I had you guys from the very beginning read the handout with all of the resolution conversation, and we never got around to do the whole resolution class, and I can shorten it a little bit, but or quite a bit. But it's about how to finish these photos to produce a final product. Like if you want to send it out to print, if you want to send it as an email, put it on a web page. How do you control the size, the quality, the compression, all that kind of stuff? So basically what I've just said is there's some more work with RAW, some work with, let's call them retouching tools, and some work with the output, the end product of how we finish these files. What do we do to get them out as a final product? So of those three things, I won't have time to do all three today. So I'm going to have you guys, there's 3 ways you can vote: green, red, or hands up. Okay. So green means you want to do, and we're going to get 2 of these. So the 2 of, we're going to do a second vote after we get the first one. We'll do another vote for the second one. So the first vote will be for more raw materials with JPEGs and other and smart object conversation, which it is important, even though I haven't told you why. That's green. Red, if you want to do all of these pretty magical content aware retouching tools. And then raise your hand if you want to know more about the whole end product of how to finish an image. So green, raw, red, retouching, and hands up for finishing up a file. Everyone vote now. Your vote counts. And I will later vote, since I said I can do 2 of them, later we'll vote for the second one, the one you most want to do right now. And I'm waiting till I see more votes. Saul and Shelly, you're there twice. Yeah, so you've already voted. And Shuli, I don't see your vote. Linda and Lisa, is that your second pad? Yeah, here's your first one. Oh, my computer is waking up. My goodness. Let's see. That would be good if it opens up. All right. So now let's see. No more raw. Lots of retouching tools is what I'm seeing right now. Okay. So, and since no one said raw at all, maybe we'll just do this. Retouching camera aware tools first, and the second choice by far, since no one said green, will be finishing up the file. Although I did say I'd let you vote the second time. Okay, let's do this. For sure, first we're doing all the camera aware things. I'm going to clear the feedback, and now give me again the votes if you want to. Now the second choice would be again camera raw, or second would be at this point the green would be camera raw, and red would be finishing up the files. So I'm changing the choices because the first one we're doing. Okay, so camera raw versus finishing up files, and I'm seeing a lot of red. Okay, finishing up files. There we go. That's what we're doing today. Great. Let me clear the answers now. And there you go. Now, when I ask people to raise their hands in order to vote, it sometimes might mask the fact that someone might have had a question. So did anyone raise their hands in order to ask a question since I turned those hands down, or is everyone fine and we can continue? No questions in particular? Nope. Okay. I have a 3D printer here next to me that is, sorry. You know, those printers that print things. I'm doing some stamps, but it's maybe that's what's happening with the computer. I had these new programs. Anyway, all right, my computer did finally open up. So I'm gonna sign in with my other Zoom and then I can jump in. So let me explain. I'm so glad you have no idea how relieved I am that the computer is actually working. Right. I'm gonna make a mess here with something or another. Let me get this out of the way. Yeah. Has anyone had a chance to use a 3D printer for anything? It's pretty cool. Like it prints out and creates a little plastic piece, and I have one here, but I normally don't use it here and it's completely in my way. And now Zoom won't sign in. Yikes. Tech problem after tech problem. What is happening? Okay. I think I'm just gonna give up on this side of it. So let me go over here. I'm going to share this screen, head over to Bridge. And what we're going to do now is we're going to begin to look at a few things that have to do with automatic tools that we have here in Photoshop that are content aware tools. And then there's some others that are actually what's now called artificial intelligence. And it's a little bit different. Content aware tools have existed for many, many years now in Photoshop. And let's go ahead, and this might seem like a weird example because there's nothing really to fix in this one, but let's open this one, the hands typing on laptop. It's a JPEG. It's going to open straight in Photoshop. I'm going to double click. And this is an image that I use sometimes to just grab another photo and put it in here to show as if it's an image that people are looking in the computer, kind of a come on, let me in. I really need to get in. Sorry, I really, there we go. I'm in. Okay. Wow. I don't know why this is happening, but I really need to be able to be in here so that I can feel comfortable with the class. And I'm going to switch my audio to this one.
Recording in progress.
Okay. And now I've got you on the right screen, and now I can see everyone. So I'm still on my other computer, but at least I don't have to control the class from here, because on a tiny little laptop, that's almost impossible. All right, good. Participants, I apologize for all this tech stuff. Even we, those of us who have knowledge about this, run into tech problems. So I can't imagine that that having tech problems when you don't know what's happening is even more frustrating. Anyway, so we have a series of tools now that allow us to say, well, I don't want this here. I want it to go away. Content aware has always allowed us to take care of, if you want, smaller problems. And content aware are tools that look around itself, and they are not artificial intelligence. It's used to be called machine learning, where you tell someone, well, I don't want to see this, and the computer will look around and replace it with stuff that's around it, right? But in this case, imagine that I try to get rid of this whole cup, and the phone looks around my mouse, the tool looks around it. It could or not do a good job at recreating this wood, especially since it's so near to this part of the notepad. But we're going to give it a try. First with something even smaller. First, we're going to say, you know what? I don't want that little long, tea bag piece of string, right? So we're going to zoom in a little bit. And that one is probably going to work pretty well because around it, all it can do is replace it with these things. The problem with this tool is when I get around edges. So I'm not really sure what it's going to do with edges. So the most basic and simple of these tools is this top one here on the left. When I go over to my retouching tools, under the crop tool, under the eyedropper tool, then you'll see a Band-Aid. There's 3 Band-Aid looking kind of creatures, and then there's this little patchy thingy, and then there's this movie thingy, and these are all the ones that are considered the retouching tools. The simplest one to use is the top one. Now, if anyone doesn't see all these tools here, this is really important, then you might not be in the photography workspace. And whenever I show the workspaces is when this kind of doesn't share itself well. So if you're not in the photography workspace, say you're in the essentials workspace for some reason or another, and you get here, you will see only one Band-Aid. That's it. All the rest are gone. Because in other workspaces, you would have to click and hold for a little bit, and then you'd see all of the other retouching tools appear. And when you do this, there's even one more, which is the red-eye tool. But these are the 5, primordial, let's say, retouching tools. So if perchance you don't have the right workspace, I'm going to switch back to photography workspace. Then they expand like that, and we don't have the red-eye tool. Which, by the way, when you want tools that are not here and you don't want to change your workspace, there's ways to recover and get those tools. If you go to the very bottom, I'm going to do this too much, but right now, right under the zoom tool, right before we get the colors, there's 3 little dots. 3 little dots in computer ease. Any computer usually means there's more after this, right? So if I click on that, you might see other tools that come up that are handy. So if you click and hold, you'll go, oh, there's all these other tools that I didn't know, I could bring in. So this is the one that carries a ton of stuff under it. And in this case there, you would find the red-eye tool, for example. So just so you know, those 3 little dots gives you access to a whole bunch of other tools that I'm not even going to begin to explain, but in case you ever wonder how to get a tool that doesn't appear here where you're in the, so to say, wrong workspace, that's where you'd go. Anyway. So back to these retouching tools, I'm going to choose the top one of them all. And notice that this one's called the Spot Healing Brush Tool. And then if I hover one under, I'll get the Remove tool, and one under the Healing Brush tool. Now the Remove tool is very new. It appeared in Photoshop 2023. Or did it appear in Photoshop 2024? I'm curious now. I'd have to, let me see, because I haven't opened Photoshop on my other computer yet. Because on this one, I have an older version. I'm not even sure if it was in 2023, but it's very new to Adobe, right? And it's the one that uses artificial intelligence. In general, when you see those little stars, it's hard to tell. These are such tiny little icons, but the one that has like 2 little stars that are like kind of like magic. A lot of times these like Adobe artificial intelligence tools have this little star kind of effect because those are actually generating things completely out of the blue. But the top one and the bottom one of the 3 Band-Aids have a confusing name. This was a Spot Healing Brush Tool, and this one is the Healing Brush Tool. The only difference is the word spot. But they operate completely different, like they're 2 completely different creatures. Let's go to the first one, the easiest one to use, which is the Spot Healing Brush Tool, and select that one. And then when I get into the image, you'll notice that this is a brush. So when you see the word brush, that means that it will be able to get bigger or smaller according to, I need to change, sorry. I have change the size of what's the background so that I can access the rest of my stuff. There we go. I had to move some stuff around in this little screen to see it because my other screen's still not working. All right. So this little tool can be used as any brush, but remember what I've told you when we've used a brush to work in masks, what do we do to make an image bigger or smaller? What have we done?
Brackets.
Yeah, the brackets. So if you go to your keyboard, remember the square brackets, the ones that sit near the letter P. So I'm going to make my brush bigger or smaller with those tools. Even though this isn't me painting black on a mask, this is just a totally different tool. But when it's called a brush, and remember the name of this is a healing brush tool, that gives us an inkling. And one of the things it does is tells me that I can do some moving this, making it bigger and smaller. And I can also change the hardness of it. Okay, size and hardness. Now we're going to leave the hardness where it is, wherever it falls right now. And I'm first show you how to use the tool. It's going to, wherever you click, the tool's going to look all around it, outside of it, and find whatever it needs to do and replace what's inside that circle. So if I want to replace something that's anything, say I make it this big and I want to replace something, everything that's in that circle will be invented by Photoshop. So it would all be fake. So if all I wanted to do was to say, maybe fix that little tiny brown streak, maybe I consider it a blemish on a face, right? And I want to take that little streak out of the table, that will replace not only that little streak, but everything else that's inside the circle. So you want to make your tool as small as the, let's call it a blemish or problem to get rid of. But in this case, since it's more like a streak or a little line, I can make it even smaller, right? I can go ahead and make it even smaller and make it about as wide or as big as it's going to be. And then I can use it as my tool left to right. So I'm going to do that. I've made my tool kind of small. The only thing replaced would be whatever is under this. And now I'm going to actually click and drag and let go and see how that little line that were there disappeared. Now that wasn't really a blemish, but it's an example. Now I'm going to use this tool over here again, very small mode. I'm going to get even smaller. It might be too small, but you need to always try. And then I'm going to click and drag down this little T line, so to say, and it didn't work as well as I'd like. So the first thing I'm going to do is do Command Z to undo that. I'm going to try with it a tiny bit bigger. This is a gradient, which is kind of one of the hardest things, but I'll give that a try again. And I'm going to do that. Still not doing exactly as good as this tool tends to do. So if I'm showing you a tool that's amazing, that you're not really getting that amazing effect of it. But here I said it would be easy, but actually one of the hardest things is a continuous gradient. And notice that this starts very different color over there than it is over here. So I'm kind of using the hardest example, but you get an idea. Once you get something that's good enough, then you can kind of do a little bit of work across of it to try to equalize those gradients with a couple more clicks. And if you did not know that there used to be a tea bag string there, you wouldn't even pay attention to it. It would be like, oh yeah, there's no tea bag string in there, right? Now, if you know you just did it and you look, then you'll go, oh yeah, there's kind of a little thing in there that shows me that there used to be something. So you need to know how much to worry about it or not. Let's go to a couple of other things that could be considered a blemish. Here's this tiny little extra brown dot. So I'm inventing blemishes, right? And I touch and it disappears. Now, how about if I have something as big as this little kind of fake knot in the wood? Can I get rid of that? Well, I'm going to go a little bit bigger and I'm going to click and drag. And I'm
Back to runs? Back to the runs?
No.
Oh,
muting you, Sue, because I can hear you. Okay, so I did that and let me do it again because, so I'm going to go ahead and have a little bit of a bigger brush here and I'm going to kind of click and drag all across it, a little bit up and down and let go. And yeah, it got replaced. Is it perfect? I don't know. It had to invent what the phone has to do. The phone, why do I keep saying the phone? This image keeps thinking me of the phone. It has to go around the black mark that I make and take from there and from there and from here and from here and replace what's inside with those pixels. So again, if I do that, it's going to look around that line and bring whatever else is in there inside to replace that with. And so it does a generic mishmash of pixels. And that's how you get, you know, the look as if that little knot in the tree wasn't there. Over here, this isn't a mistake at all, but see how there's a little white bit that's kind of jumping out that from the notepad, this white paper, it's normal. But say that was a little problem or a blemish, a single click gets rid of that one, just a tiny single click. So anyway, go around and imagine that there's other little things here that you want to get rid of. Now, something like this is a little bit harder. If I have lines and I want the lines to end up precisely in the same place, that's going to be a real challenge because the computer doesn't know to keep the same distance or streaks. So say that I try to, well, I could have started with a bigger one. Hold on. Say that I try to do this to get rid of all of this, right? And I'm not letting go yet. I'm first going to cover everything I want to get rid of. Once I let go, see, the computer's looked around it and it doesn't know the difference. It assumes that anything that's around it is good. So then in this case, I got more of those red streaks, which is not what I wanted. So in general, whenever you have something that's a line or an edge near what you're trying to do, this would be something that won't really be the solution. So I was so near this red line that that red line got called into it, and that was not the solution. I might have gotten away with maybe doing this little bit without getting that red line, but then I don't get the lines in the right spot. See? So you have to be careful what you do with this. Some things it really works and some things it does not work. If I keep doing Command Z to get rid of that. Now, what if I wanted to get rid of this entire red line? If I were to click from here, right, and want to have a line that's a streak, let me just show you this again. If I make my thing a little bit bigger, if I try to draw this down, there's, there you go. There's a good chance, especially with my finger, because I'm not using my computer, that I'll make a mess, right? So I'm going to undo that. But if you want a straight line, rarely do want a straight line, but if I do, I'll click on the top one time where I want to start. By the way, I seem to have a very feathered tool. No, it's spacing. No, it's okay. I'll click on the very top. I'll hold down my shift, and then I'm going to just go and click on the very bottom. I have this tool in the way then. And click on the very bottom of it. And see how a straight line happened when I let go? There you go. That's not bad. I was able to do it in a more controlled environment where there wasn't a lot of questions. It just got rid of the white. So it went to the left and to the right. And let me do that again. This thing there, from here to here, is going to go to the left and to the right of this line. And what it has on the left and to the right of the line are those same lines. So it's easier for this to fall into the right line system, so to say. So when I let go of my mouse, that's the solution. And that's pretty miraculous, isn't it? It did seem to have gotten rid of a little bit of the text. Why? Because this went over and replaced that edge. So the C got rid of. So we need to go a little bit smaller. If you got too small, you might not get all the red. So you do your best. And then you try again. Again, click one, hold down the shift and click again. And then let go. And there we go. Now I managed to make it small enough that my to-do list and call the mail is there, but my red lines are gone. I see a little bit of it here. I'm going to try again. There we go. So how did that work for you guys? Were you able to get rid of your red lines? And notice that I'm never going to try to do more than I have to. So over here, I had still a teensy little bit left over there. And now I just did a little click and there it is. It went away because I just need. So most of the times you can handle this. Let's see, for example, if I want to get rid of actually the whole word Amazon Basics, and I cover that. And when I let go, boom, it's gone. Okay, so pretty cool. So while this won't work so well, the things that are clearly surrounded by nothing but what you want to bring in is good. Now, had the word Amazon Basics been on the very edge of this, then that would not have worked. It would have caused a big blur. All right, any questions? Are people trying it? Is it working? Let me actually go down here. Anything there? Oops, sorry. I'm not hearing anything. It's maybe because there's no questions. Since I
What?
changed,
Works great.
what's that?
It
Oh.
works great.
Okay, great. Kim, your hand.
I had yeah, I had a question. It works well for me, and I was curious about, so I got rid of the red lines, but it did not delete or impact the blue lines. And I was wondering why is that?
It didn't impact the blue lines. It does. Meaning those blue lines that are there right now didn't exist before. The tool, see that the area that goes black, it looks exactly around it and it replaces it. So the blue lines that you see now didn't exist. They were created by this tool. In fact, let me see, usually when I have a board, let me give you a tiny little example. So here's a little whiteboard. I need to make it bigger so I can see it. So say that I have a little, no, let me get, sorry, my whiteboard tool has, they made a new shape of it. So say this is my tool, right? So I have a little circle that's about yay big. And what the tool's gonna do, and this is the blemish, right? Here I have a blemish. So the tool's gonna go ahead and look just outside of itself, right? It's gonna go over here, over here, over here. And whatever it sees all the way around, it's then gonna bring in to here. So it replaces what was wrong. Let's say the two red lines, let's say that those are the two red lines that it replaced. It looks around it and it finds what it found was little blue, blue lines. So it brought those blue lines in. And so the ones that you see didn't exist in Photoshop before. They're completely, put in there by this tool. All right, so it's not that it didn't affect the white tools, and actually it created those white tools. Does that make sense? It didn't see though, it didn't, I said white tools, white line, blue lines. My brain is, it looked for those lines and replaced them. But since it was something that was very geometric, very symmetric, very easy to kind of follow through with, it was able to do a good job. Versus when I tried to do it to this bigger thing, it didn't work. Now, had I tried, now that that line is not there, right? If I were to now try to follow the lines, the blue line direction and kind of do this, it might do a better job than the first time. No, it still doesn't have, see, because what it brought in was the call the Emma, kind of looks like call Emma, but it brought this because it looked outside and it brought that in. So when you're not doing something that's completely symmetrical, it does have a little bit harder of a time, but there's other tools I can use to fix this. And I can show you that. First of all, though, I'm going to go back to Command 0 and ask you one crucial question. Was this the tea bag string that I had there, or this line, or whatever, the knot that I erased in here? Is this something that I want to now, can I recover it? Say that I close this file, start tomorrow. Can I suddenly have that red line again? Because I prefer to have it on again or something.
Can you go back to another layer?
Well,
Go back in
Did you get it?
history.
can I? Do I have another layer here?
I don't know.
Well,
No.
do I have another layer to go back to?
Is
Oh,
it
no.
destructive?
Yeah, this was a extremely destructive modification. Those destructive meaning the Photoshop had to invent something. And what used to be there is gone and gone forever. This is not there. I mean, yes, technically right now I can still go back to my history, right? But had I done more than 50 little clicks with this tool is so quick, right? You're going click, 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 because you're getting rid of, 10 little birds in the sky, and then you click a few more and boom, you've got to 50.
the moment you don't have that anymore, it's gone. And in this case, if I were to close and save and open this up again, this is what I'd see. I would never see that line again. So this is extremely destructive. Someone mentioned a layer. Well, yes, that would have been a solution, except for we didn't have a layer. So now what I want us to show you is how to do this exact same thing we were doing. First, I wanted to show you the technique. And now I'm going to show you the way to do this in a non-destructive way. First of all, we're going to go back in history. We're going to go to the very top and we're going to click on the beginning image. The only time that we click on the beginning is when we want to go back and undo everything we've done. And when I do that, I'll discover there's the little teabag string again. There's my knot and there's my red line. Okay. Once you got rid of all the changes, so we're back to having it all there, everything originally came with a photo, we're going to create now, yes, a new layer. And I'm going to head down there to the very bottom of my screen where I have all these little icons and there's a plus sign right next to the trash. That means new layer. I'm going to click on that and a new layer got created. A new layer with nothing on it, pure transparency. If I turn the eyeball off in the bottom, it's just transparent. There's no mask, there's nothing. It's just a basic new layer waiting for me to do something with it. Now, let me know if you get stuck, can't open a new layer for any reason, you're not in here with the right steps, let me know. Otherwise, I'll continue. Now, with the same tool selected, no change, I'm going to make sure to click here on the sample all layers choice. Sample all layers has to be turned on. By default, I haven't even shown you this, but see how this is blacked out. The content aware is blacked out because, as I said, is a content aware tool. It can work in other ways. And content aware is the one that's the main tool, the way this one would work well. And now I'm going to zoom in again a little bit so that I can show you this same feature, maybe a tiny bit. And just watch for a second. I'm going to make my tool a little bit smaller again to make sure that I go, and I'm going to click from here, hold on my shift to here, let go. I need to make my tool a tad bigger. So again, from here to here, and there's my red line gone. I have a little bit left over here and then over here. So I'm going to, on the little edges where it began, a single click. So there we go, it's gone. Now watch, wait and watch and see. If I turn this eyeball off, I see it again. Why? Because it's still there. The change only happened in this layer. So now I'm going to turn the bottom eyeball off and look at what layer one only has. It only has the new pixels. So the bottom layer, my original layer, still has the red lines. The top layer only has the new pixels. I needed to make sure, I didn't tell you, make sure to be selecting your new layer when you do this. And I'm going to call it spot healing brush tool, just so we know what tool we're using. That is now completely non-destructive. I can turn this on or off at will. Questions? Yes, Kim?
Yes. Can you go back to where you created the new spot healing brush tool layer?
Okay. So I went down to the bottom tools where we're making up our adjustment layers and those kind of things. And the furthest to the right is a little kind of box with a little plus sign. It's so tiny, it's hard to tell. The next to the trash can, which you can kind of see as a trash can, is the next one. And a single click gets you a new layer. Be careful because another single click gets you a new layer and you don't want 3 of them, you just want 1, right? So each time you click, you make a new layer. And then the second step is you need to make sure to have sample all layers turned on. That little box has to be checked. Then it works. If you hadn't tested, let me turn this off for a second. If I try to fix anything now, I'm going to try to hide the Amazon basics right now. The tool is working. When I let go, nothing happened. Why? Because right now it's acting as if this doesn't exist. And all I'm doing is trying to replace nothing with nothing, right? So nothing's happening. When sample all layers turns on, then it samples from the bottom and it puts the correction on the top. And so now if I go, make sure you're on this layer, right? Which we shouldn't have moved, but in case, and now I go and try to get rid of this Amazon Basics and I let go. Whoops, this time it didn't work so well. So you have to try. Sometimes depending on how I click my mouth, now I brought some desk in. I'm gonna undo and I'm gonna try again. And let's see, still bringing it to the desk. I'll just drag a little another line. So the first time it did it all in one, and now this time I had to go 2 or 3 times over it. I'm also gonna get that little white thing there, which isn't a mistake, but a little blemish, okay? And then we can go ahead and try again with the little T string, which by the way, you can also do, since it is pretty straight, you can do the whole click on it. But I forgot to make my mouse a little bit smaller on this one. You don't want this one to be so big. And as I said, the hardest thing for this tool to do is gradients, and this is actually a gradient. So in fact, edges and gradients are a bit of a problem. And so this part of the string, when I'm done with it, it might look good or not, or it might look a little bit wonky. But if you keep working on it, it'll work. I have other tools I'll show you where you can do these things better, but I'm just redoing the few things that we did before. But now, if I turn the bottom layer off, this is what you're seeing. This was my red line, right? This is my Amazon Basics. This is that light, tiny little white dot. Here's my T string, and here's that little blemish on the table.
Diana,
Yes.
if you stayed in that layer and then went to another tool and started doing everything, it would still be in that layer, right?
Well,
Or should you make a new layer?
depends when you say everything, meaning.
Well, those changes that say you went to the, I don't know.
Let me explain. It depends, because whatever else you're going to do, if it has to operate on original pixels, then it won't work. Because if I stay in this layer, there's nothing here, right? So if I want to work on the original pixels, I would have to go down there. If I want to lighten the teacup, make it whiter, I would have to come back and work on making, well, for example, if I did want to make this teacup lighter, should I do it on this layer?
No, an adjustment layer?
Yeah, I would have to create an adjustment layer. So when you say, would I do it on this layer? No, I would go back here, select this one, and then create an adjustment layer. And I'm going to do this really quickly. I'm going to make an adjustment layer where I'm going to make my teacup look much lighter. But by doing that, look, all my photo got lighter, right? And that's not what I wanted. And this is something that it might as well do it now with everyone, because I wanted to show you, but what did not get lighter? If I'm telling you all the photo got lighter, what did not get lighter? Just look at my image.
Corrections.
The
spot here,
corrections.
brush tool.
And why? Because the corrections are happening above my adjustment layer. So in this case, I would have to put my adjustment layer above so that it affects both of those. To see the difference from between there, where suddenly the adjustments are light, you know, those weird little streaks, I'd move it up there. Now that would work to lighten everything. And not that this is the correct adjustment to make, but just showing you how positioning matters. Okay, so I'm actually going to get rid of that. I just wanted you to say each layer does its own thing. The adjustment layer did one thing, the spotlight healing tool, but at this point, these two need to stick together. Because as I said, anything that goes in the middle, you know, will be weird. The other thing that can happen, what if I switch to my move tool and I suddenly move this layer around for some reason or another, I get around to moving this, which, you know, oh, I have my auto select tool on. I'll show you what I mean later. But what if I move this around? I had just moved all my corrections and they're now not hitting the right thing, you know? So I'm going to Command Z and Command Z. So it's really important to have these two now stick together. So let me show you how to do that, because you don't want to move it or to adjust it, and you don't really want anywhere in the future for there to be something in between them. So I'm going to select this one. And I'm going to select by holding my Shift key, the bottom one. Now I'm selecting both layers at a time. And now I'm going to link them. And to do that, I'm gonna right click on either one of them and say link layers. And now you have this little link icon appeared. Okay, so let me show you again what I did. Whoops, I went one too many. So I'm gonna select one, hold down the shift key like we did with the straight line, and then get the bottom one. So both layers are selected. And then I'm going to do a right click and say link layers.
Hmm.
Now they're linked. So now if I move one, and this one is locked, still I can unlock it. And now if I go ahead and move this one around, the corrections have moved with this layer. Does that make sense? They are now linked, and whatever you do to one or to the other with respect to movement is going to work.
Diana,
Yes.
on mine it says merge layers. Is that the same? I'm assuming as link.
No, it is not. Good question.
Oh.
If you merge them, let me undo. Merging them will flatten them. I left it kind of off center, but it flattens them. You go down to one layer. So that's the opposite. This is exactly the opposite. When I do this is turning it into a destructive modification. I'm going to Command Z, undo that move. I had some moves happening there. So yeah, when you merge layers, it's gone. You have flattened them. So you don't want to merge layers until you're very much done. If you want to move on to like printing this out or something like that, you're going to export this file. There's other things, but if you're still going to come back and want to keep working on this one, you will not merge. And in fact, this is what I call, this is a little bit the second conversation we said about how to finish up a file and how to output and stuff, which is part of what I'm bringing in today. And what's happening here is that you want to be able to always come back to what I call the master version, right? The one that you make all your changes in, the one where the bottom remains untouched, the original background layer remains untouched, and all your modifications are just non-destructive. That way, if you want to change or do anything, you can still do it. Just like raw that we can open up and keep changing and correcting things. That's an eternally, non-destructive modification. I can then go make the sunset brighter or darker or whatever it is that I choose. Same thing with the master file and all our adjustment layers. We want to keep that as a PSD layered file. And then we can always come back to it to fix it. Even if I create another file to output it, to print it as a 5x7 or 8x10 or something like that, that is merged and flat. But this one I can always come back to and keeps modifying. Say, oh, I can do a better job now of that, not, or I can take, whatever else in or out, or I can add a picture to this.
Doesn't that create a really large file when it's a Photoshop file?
Yes and no. As long as you don't keep, in the past, people would multiply the bottom layer again and again and again for all these changes and create humongous files. But doing non-destructive modifications does not create such a big file. But yeah, the PSD file does end up being pretty big. But that's the benefit or the advantage, is that you can always come back and keep fixing, adding, taking away. Now, if you will never want to come back and put those lines again, ever, we'll flatten it. But for the most part, that's a silly example. Most of the times we're talking about adding, making the sun. The other day I was on a channel of a guy who teaches some advanced tools. And he said, with all the tools that were available in Photoshop 10 years ago, this is what I did with this landscape. 10 years later, I went to revisit it, and I can see that there's so much more I could do to it now and do such a much better job with that file. It was a file that he then opened up again and then applied the tools today. Plus your brain, it changes, you learn more. You have a different way of looking at things. If you guys are artists and you painted something 10 years ago and 10 years now, you probably have changed your style. And so same with Photoshop, right? You might come back to this photo and go, oh, I can do a better job now, or I can do a different job now. So by not having merged, not having flattened, you would always be able to keep working on it. So I recommend never doing an
What's
merge.
the difference between merging and flattening?
Same thing, it made nothing, except for flattening. If I had 10 files here, 10 layers here, if I merge, they all merge, you have one. But if I had 10 layers here, I could just, sorry, flattening, I apologize. Flattening is everything, and I only have 2 things here, right? So let me just quickly make an adjustment layer, make everything really dark, really light. And then I'm gonna add another thing, just throwing out silly things. I'm gonna make everything purple and very saturated. Okay, so say that I have 5, 10, whatever. Say that this, I could choose to just flatten, which by the way, over here, this little icon without having to select things gives me that choice. So here's the flatten image, or I could select, click and flatten. That's the same thing. Now, flattening means completely anything that exists gets turned into one thing. So I'm going to flatten this image. Boom. This is it. This is my final image, and every single thing is gone. That's a flattened image. No layers. Went back to be calling background, and it now has a lock. That's like absolutely no layers left. I'm going to undo that. Merging layers, I can merge 2 or 3. I can merge these 3. So I choose which ones, and then I still have that one out there. So I choose which ones to merge. Flattening is a complete getting rid of everything. Now, I'm gonna get rid of these 2 weird little examples because I don't need them, but I see I've had a couple of hands up for a little bit, so let me deal with that. And then we'll continue. Yes, Rebecca?
On my background layer, there is a lock, and I see on yours that there is no lock.
I've been doing so many things to it that it finally unlocked itself, but you can also, if it was locked, you can just click on the little lock and unlock it.
Do I want to do that, or?
Since right now if all you do is what I just taught you, there was no need to unlock it.
Mhm.
But since I kept doing stuff to show you other things, I needed to unlock it at some point. It doesn't matter right now with what we're doing, because the whole point right now is that we're not going to be modifying the bottom, so it can remain locked. But if you want to test how these 2 are linked, you can't move them now because this is locked, right? So if I get my move tool and want to move this, it's going to tell me it can't move because the layer is locked. So just to test the fact that these are linked, that's when I unlocked it. Then you can move it and see that the modifications moved. See, so that was just the only reason I actually locked it, is to show that these 2 truly did keep their links. All right, but it wasn't necessary per se. All right, and Ginny? I can't hear you.
My question is whether. if
Can you get
use
speak
the-
a little bit louder?
My question
Yeah.
is, if you use the link icon at the lower right, does that have the same effect as the right click to link, or is that also different? Like,
Of that bottom one, if I click on that and unlink them or link them, it's exactly the same thing, yeah.
great, thank you. For some reason, I had trouble doing it with the right click, but it worked.
Okay, so those 2, we have to select them both, right? To tell it what to link and unlink, and then down here, way over here, this is what she's talking about. On that area where we'll be doing the masking, you can link or unlink the selected layers. Right now it's doing both because that's all I have. But if I had selected 3 or 4 out of my 10, it would have linked those 3 or 4 out of 10.
Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, good point. And now, any other questions? Is this working for everyone? Is it all good? Give me, raise your hand or say no if you need help. I want to make sure everyone's been following up until now, because I'm going to move on to a different thing now. So give me yeses if this worked for everyone. If it's all good. All right, I'm seeing lots of yeses and a thumbs up. Okay, good. So now, and I challenge those of you who are, kind of got it or did this before and want to try other stuff, to open up other files always and play around with those while we're working. While we're working on these is what I mean. Okay, so now, the next thing that I want us to do is sorry, back to Photoshop. The next thing I want us to do is to check on the second tool, the remove tool. Now, normally we go from the first one to the last one because those are the two, these tools have been around for many, 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 many years. This one is very new. Okay. So this one was kind of magic. You just touch something and it disappeared. I told you how it does it, looking right around it, right? This one you control. You say, please put this in the space of that. Like you go and said, I want to put some black screen in the place of that cup, and you can put black screen in the place of that cup. Or, you know, what are these things? Keys in your keyboard. I want to put the keyboard over here, and you select that and put it in here. So that's what this one does. I'm going to wait out on that one first. I'm going to show you this one, which is the new one. It's called the remove tool. So we removed stuff with this one, didn't we? So why is this one not called the remove tool? Well, this one is specific. The machines that handle these two are different. This one now is handled by artificial intelligence, which as of 2023, a lot of artificial intelligence tools began to be put in Photoshop. If you're on VDI, and I'm not sure right now today, depending on how well or not VDI is working, you might have some issues or not with all these artificial intelligence tools. This one doesn't tax the system so much, so I'm assuming this one will work. But if you're on VDI and it doesn't work, then yeah, that's probably why. So first of all, make sure to have something selected. Now, the problem with this tool is that, well, first of all, anything that we do right now, we want to always do above our corrections. So see that it has a choice for sample all layers again. So if I create a new layer here now to do this new tool, the remove tool, and I make a correction over here, it's going to again ignore what's up above. See that? I've kind of went the new layer, and I'm going to do that, will always appear above the selected layer. So if I'm selecting this pixel layer and I create a new layer, it creates itself in between these two. If instead I had been selecting the top one and I create a new layer, then it creates itself at the very top. Or I can just have it create itself in the middle, and then I can just move it to the top. It doesn't matter. But the whole thing that matters is that the new layer has to be on top so that whatever it applies, it reads everything that's there. So it will also read this one. It's sample all layers. So if I make a change now in here, it'll assume that this one is also, this little lack of string or this lack of red is also part of what it needs to work on. Does that make sense? So you want to have any change that you do that says remove all layers or sample all layers, have it be above everything else. So I'm going to go ahead and say sample all layers. The other thing that I want us to do right now is the default setting of this tool is on remove after each stroke, which is very frustrating. It's really, it's not a good, whatever. I'd rather not have that one. So, and I'll show you later, once you know how to use the tool, I'll show you why. But for now, just unclick that one. So we're clicking sample all layers and we're unclicking the remove after each stroke. Okay. So that's pretty important. If something doesn't work, I'm always then go, well, did you click or unclick those things? So go ahead and click sample all layers and unclick remove after each stroke. Yes, Kim?
Hi, I am a little stuck. Like I'm unable to add a layer because I get a circle with a slash.
You need to have something selected. Like if you have no layers selected, well, no, even then it would work. So that's interesting. You should be able to always, I can't imagine a reason why you wouldn't be able to create a new layer.
Should I share?
I'm just looking at settings. Go ahead and choose your move, the top setting, and then do a Command or Control D, which will release any selection that you might have, or go up to select and deselect all layers. That there's a problem. Usually that might be one of the problems. Once you do that, then
Okay.
select your bottom layer and now try again.
Yeah, actually, I just realized I had there was a box open on my other screen,
There you go.
so I had to click out of that. Okay, I'm
Yeah, so
up
she
to speed now.
Yeah, so guys, she was getting this thing called, I'm gonna give you an example, which isn't the same thing was happening to her, but she was getting something like this. When you get something like this, means you know, like no barking, no smoking. In this case, no retouching, no working. And it's something is wrong. There's something there that you can't, and so you have to say maybe you're not selecting the right layer, maybe you're not this. I ran her through a few things, and in the end, the most typical one is there's a box asking you something. So she has two screens. Sometimes that box is hiding in the other screen. So she noticed that. But I just wanted to let you know that if you ever get this, you're not ready to work on it for one reason or another. And in this case, how I made this happen is I went to the same tool that we've been using, the spot healing tool, and I locked this bottom layer. And when you try to do any kind of retouching on a locked layer, it goes, cannot use the spot healing brush tool because the layer is locked. That's one of the examples of why the lock exists. Kind of, in a way, it's one of the things it does is it protects your layer. It's kind of like can't modify me. So that's how I forced it to happen. She had it for another reason. But let me give you an example. Say that you had this box open like that, right? Let me unlock this layer where I could happily be retouching, right? And then, but instead I have this box open. And if this box is on another screen, imagine you can't see it and you're trying to suddenly retouch and you're like, that's not the retouch tool. That's like an eyedropper tool. What's wrong? I'm trying to click on the retouch tool. It's not working. It's because something else is happening, right? So always notice that whenever you have a box that in some way or another says okay or cancel, the world stops until you either say okay or cancel. You need to leave that box. The dialog box is when the computer's talking to you and it's saying, well, what do you want to do? Yes or no? And it won't let you do anything else. And in the case of the retouching tool, it'll give you a little forbidden. Okay. So anyway, that's what was happening. I'm just warning you because that's the most typical problem that people can fix with when I'm not around. The best thing you can do usually is to check for any other, box that's out there. All right. So back into the remove tool. Once you have sample all layers turned on, remove after each soap turned on, then we can again make the size of our tool bigger or smaller, right? Now this time the tool comes with a little plus sign in the middle of it. And I'll show you why, but for now, see, it isn't just a circle. It has a tiny little plus sign. That isn't like a centering point or something. That is actually a plus sign. Anyway, let's say that I don't want this teacup at all. Oh, I need to make sure that I'm on layer 1. Let me double click and call this one the remove tool. By the way, I could have done this straight on layer 1, but then it would be destructive, right? So this is the non-destructive way to do it. So I'm up here on the remove tool. I grab a tool and I don't want to make it as big as the whole cup because then I'm going to grab extra stuff that I might not want. So I'm going to make it a bit smaller, but now I'm going to draw around and see what I'm doing. I am getting like a mask happening on this tool. And you want to go a little bit outside, not just so tight. You want to stay a little tiny bit extra. Give the computer a little bit more to work with than just the shape. So just a tad more. All right. Everyone do that before we go on. Once that is ready, now we either have to click on the check mark or hit the return key to make it go. I'm going to do that. And it's going to think, looks around, is this Photoshop doing its artificial intelligence thing? And this is why I said this might take some time and this is what might not work so well in VDI right now. It's kind of doing its best to figure out what you need. And sometimes it does an amazing job. And other times you gotta do it a few times, try again. And for certain things, as in everything, it won't work. Not bad, but not too good. but there's my result. Now, as usual, the problems happen when you have something nearby because it's still looking around and trying to give you something that's there. I want to say that now this is something that you could technically try to use other of the tools to fix. But let me undo this for a second and show you why I had you turn this off. When you say remove, when this is the default is remove after each stroke, then the moment you start drawing it and you begin to draw it and you let go, boom, it goes into remove mode. And then you try to draw over that. And then you let go right there and boom, it goes into remove mode. And then, and then right now it looks like a broken cup. And then you do that and it goes into remove mode. That's why I said turn this off, because the moment you lift your mouse, it goes into remove mode. I'm going to undo those 3 times. So this one allows you to paint your whole, you know, shape first. And then it allows you, you know, no matter how many times you lift your mouse, and then you make it remove. Now, and the problem that we had here is that we had a shadow. See that shadow beneath the cup? So when we choose the cup, you need to look at all the effects of it around it. So if I were to also try to select and choose that shadow this time, I'm hoping I might get a little bit better of a solution. Again, I'm so near this edge that I'm not sure if it'll work, but by erasing the cup and its shadow, then I might be able to completely erase this tool. So I'm going to select that. I'm going to say go, and then I'm going to answer some more questions. So after having selected my shadow, I'm going to say go, and while it's happening, yes, Kim?
Hi, after I select, I get a error message that says can't use the tool because the image is transparent.
Oh, you must not have turned on the sample all layers. And you're basically trying to do it on a new layer, and it's saying there's nothing here. So that's why you got the message, the image is transparent. So make sure to turn on sample layers. Now this job was much better, right? What I just did, because I had selected the shadow. So it left something there that had I not known there's a teacup and I'm just looking at this image, I would just go, oh, that's a laptop with a hand and a notepad. I might not even notice this, but there is a change. There's a little change in color and stuff that I could now fix with other tools that I have that I could tell you about. But for the most part, that's pretty good, isn't it? And you can just try it again and again until you get the best solution of all. Hi, Janet. Nice to see you. Thanks for joining us. And I believe Jinsu also joined us while I was working, and Anne, and I haven't really kind of acknowledged or say hi to you, Jebnet. I've just been kind of going on and on. So I'm going to catch you up a little bit now on what we're doing. But for now, let me just say I'm showing different retouching tools, which are down here. And we covered the first one, the spot healing brush tool. We're doing the remove tool right now. So tell me what happened, you guys, with your teacup. Did it work for you guys? Who had a good result? Give me a yes. Who had a bad result? Give me a no. I mean, I know it worked, but you could have a good or bad result. So yes for good results, no for bad results. And it's not that you did it wrong. It's just that, you know, the computer, whatever, it's you don't do it. You say go and it does whatever it does. And sometimes it needs work. So I got like 4 or 5 yeses and a couple no's. I'll go ahead and those of you who are joining us right now, go to a bridge and open this image, the hands typing on laptop, and then join us. And we're going to shift tool right now, and you can keep going from where we are, and later you can catch up with the other, with the recording. I'll tell you about the other 2 tools. So let me see, Rebecca and Julia, how's when you're saying no, like what happened? Do you still really see the
Well, I didn't cut out the space behind the handle, and that left a blob of a different color.
Oh, yeah, there you go. It's good to recognize user, what do they say when it's a problem when the airplane goes down? User
User error.
error. Yeah, but it's good to know because you looked at it and you said, oh, that's what it was. So it's so easy to just undo and redo. The question is when you don't know what happened, you know, but when you do know, just try it again, undo
Mm.
and start again, and then let's see how the next one goes. How about you, Julia? What happened?
I mean, I did what you did. I have the same result where I say it's not good result because it's a spot in there, but it works.
It works, but there's a spot like it didn't completely go. And don't forget that you still can go back to the spot healing tool and maybe fix that spot with that. But it does become a little bit harder because now you're truly just working with that, right? This is what you have now on that layer. And this is truly, if I were to turn this on, this is just, you know, that teacup is still there. Just a piece of fake wood got created. And this piece of fake wood will be completely fake, invented and created by Photoshop. So it's not going to be perfect. But if I were to want to fix something there, like, in fact, here, let me zoom in. There's a little tiny spot in there. If I look at mine up close, see that? So I can go to my spot removal tool that we used before. In this place, in the corrected portion, and then just go a little click there and get rid of that, right? Then if I look over here, this is the part that's a little bit strange in my tool before. I can go ahead and maybe try to merge these a little bit more, and that can be done with the first tool that we used. I can go in here and just kind of like draw a little bit like that and see if I get a little bit better of merging in there. It sometimes works, it sometimes doesn't, but it helps kind of see, and this would help if I, if I soften my tool a tad. And let's see if this might make a bit of a difference in there. Yeah, I'm not liking that too much, but you can kind of try to the edges where you see that there's an issue. I made that edge even worse now, so I'm going to undo that and stay with my first with the first solution provided to me. So these are, for those of you who are just joining us, these are non-destructive ways to use our retouching tools. These are all different retouching tools, meaning you want to make a change in your computer and you're trying to fix something with different available tools. So we first invented, for those of you joining us, we first said, well, we don't really want that red line there on the pad. And so with the spot healing brush tool, we got rid of that red line. We also had a little tea bag string there we got rid of and stuff. And then over here, we're using the remove tool to get rid of the entire cup. I don't want to go all the way back to teach you everything I just taught up until now. So for those of you who just joined us, please make sure to watch that part on the recording, okay? But now we're going to move, I don't see any other hands for questions, so we're going to move on to another set of retouching tools. And let's head back over, let's first save this. Part of what I'm going to do today is also talk about how to finish files, right? And so there was a, if I save this file right now, you're aware that because it started as a JPEG and I try to save it, I won't be able to unless I turn it into a layered file. And yes, I want to do that at this point. This is that master file I told you about. Maybe I'll try again later and get a better result for the cup, or maybe I'll come in here and put a little layer on this. The only thing that I like about this is that this area becomes a little bit redder. In my screen right now, the color has changed, right? So I can come back here and just do a little modification for color in that, and then it'll match my whole background. But I'm not ready to do that. Or maybe right now it doesn't matter. So when I want to come back to it to do that, I will, as long as I leave these separate, non-destructive. So I'm going to save this as a layered file. So I'm going to do a Command or Control S, or I'm going to go to File Save. And when I do that, I will notice that the only solution, and by the way, those of you who have a PC, you'll see it a bit differently, but look at where it says format, which for PCs is on top, for Macs is on the bottom, and it says Photoshop. Photoshop format means PSD, right? Versus other options that I have here. So I don't have a way to save as JPEG, save as many other things. I'll tell you about those later. The only formats that I get to save from here are formats which will protect my layers, will keep my layers. We'll talk a bit more about all these different formats, but any one of these formats, if I were to save it right now, I would be able to open up again and keep working on the layers. We want Photoshop, which is the basic PSD, and we're going to say save and always say yes to maximize compatibility and okay. And I didn't even have to change the name of it. It's hands typing on a laptop, same numbers.psd. Of course, we could have changed it to the words retouching tools or something like that. But I just wanted to show you that even just a basic save, it will come up with the .psd for me. And this means that as long as I don't flatten or merge these files, again, something we showed earlier in the class, you will always be able to come back to these things. Now, do you think I need to link this file as well? Because if I use my move tool now and happen to be in this one and just drag around, what's going to happen is I have a little cloud of, you know, of wood that's never going to match. So this one also has to be linked to the bottom. So I'm going to, these two, we had already linked them. Now we can select all three. Okay, so click on the bottom one, hold down the shift key and select the top one, and then link all three. I like to do the right click link layers, but you could also go down here to this little icon right there, which is to link, or I'm going to right click and link layers, and there you go. It's just a little bit closer, but it's the exact same thing. Okay, so now these three are linked together. And if I move one, all will move. So say I go move this remove tool and I do that, then everything moves with it. No matter what I move, it all moves together. All right. At some point when you decide, hey, this is perfect, I'll never want to change it, you can flatten or merge these guys. But I certainly don't recommend doing that until you're very clear what or why, or that you'll never want that teacup again. Maybe next time you want the teacup to be somewhere else, right? So, or you want to just put in give it a different color, or put in the logo of your company on it, right? Or something. So you want it back and then you just add a little logo in there, whatever it is that you want to do with this thing. Anyway, so now that we have a layered file, I want us to go back to Bridge. And we're going to double click on the folder called Desert Composite. So now everyone who joined us and might feel a bit lost, we're starting on something new. Okay, so you can all do this and no one's gonna be out of the loop. So double click on Desert Composite. Right? And we're gonna go to Desert Road Pexels and double click on that one. Again, it's a JPEG.
Right.
Someone's cute little doggy. All right. How's it going? Everyone has that one opened up. Now, knowing what I just taught you or showed you, I'm going to Command plus or Command 1 to go to 100%. As you can see, there's what we could call blemishes. Of course, a desert road is expected. It's not a blemish, but it's an example. If I were to want to get rid of this line, of the tools that we just used, which one would you recommend? Say I want to get rid of the cracks on this pavement. Wow, you guys are a quiet bunch.
Well, we have it on mute most of the time, so then you got to unmute yourself.
That's true. That's true. You're right. You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
You only
The
need to be
first
like
one.
if you have like kids running in the background or stuff like that, or a machine,
Mhm.
like a lawnmower running. But other than that, you can stay on. You know?
Diana, I have a question. This is Lisa. I don't see that photo in, did you add that from the original download of photos?
No, well, if you downloaded this spring's class file,
Yeah, I have those.
folder called Desert Composite. You need to get into
I
that
see.
folder, and there it is. Right. Some of people who've taken class before might have a different set of photos, and it might have been missing. But if it's
Interesting. I don't have the Desert Composite folder. So strange.
And these are exactly the same ones that we have. Go ahead and share your screen with me, Bridge, so I can help you find it.
A second.
else give me a yes if you found the photo, if you're able to open it. And Lisa, do you need
It's
a
not
hand?
letting me share
So when you share,
entire screen.
got 2 buttons, yeah, then you
I'm trying to share, but it's not letting me share. When it says choose what to share, you know, Chrome tab, window, entire screen. I've got entire screen, and the only button on the bottom that's lit up to click on is cancel. I can't hit
Okay.
share. It's
Did you
grayed
choose-
out.
Did you choose one of them? Did you choose desktop? Did you choose desktop? You have to click on one.
Let's see. Window. Yeah, all of them still. None of them come up with share.
That's weird. Try
Huh.
again. Say cancel and open up again. Maybe there's a glitch. And if not, yeah. But,
Okay.
so choose one.
Yeah,
and
same
go to
thing.
the bottom right, and the little share button isn't lit up.
It's
Bottom
not.
right.
It won't light up. The share tab won't light up.
Well, then I don't know that of all the things I've ever heard about the share, that one I haven't heard. So I don't
That
know.
is so bizarre. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
Maybe I'll go down and go back and like try to re-download the photos from
or just download the one.
the one. Yeah, the Desert Composite one. Okay.
Right. So just the folder, not necessarily if it's really not
Right.
there. Go to the files and so yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, can't do anything about it if you don't have it. All right. So let me share my screen again. In the end, I'm kind of stuck after the tech issues that I've had. I'm kind of doing everything on the little guy. So I'm looking up there to show you. Okay, so we're back in here. So now, of the 2 tools that I used, the remove tool is much more destructive. It completely invents something new in a big way. So I would definitely do my minimal amount of change tool, which would be my spot healing tool. And then I would get down to make it about as small as I can. And by the way, we're far away. And this is something that you really want to make sure you do it well. So I would recommend always doing these things in 100% mode. So I'm going to head over here. I'm at 100%, Command or Control 1. And then, am I ready to do this if I start going now in a non-destructive way? Is this going to work?
Oh, you need to make another layer.
Yeah. So guys, those of you who weren't here before, you're kind of hearing the steps that we're using is I need to first make sure that if I want to do it, because I could just do this and that line is going to disappear. See that? But that is a destructive modification. It happened on my actual pixels. So I'm going to go ahead and add another layer. And so everyone go and add another layer. This little plus sign at the bottom where all my little plus sign, that gives me another layer. But then especially if you haven't used this tool yet, because you just got here, really important is to go up to the top set of tools and choose sample all layers. Because if this is off, which is the default setting, and I try to do it, and I'll do that, it'll come up with this nothing. It's like nothing's happening. Nothing's happening. Why? Because this is basically what I'm doing. I'm trying to replace no pixels with no pixels, and just nothing's happening, right? You'll be like, why? It's not working for me. You need to sample all layers. Now the tool goes and samples from the bottom and makes the correction on the top. So now I'm able to just drag this over there and let go, and boom, it's working. Now, for those of you who, if you have a straight line, most of the times you don't, but in this case, we kind of have a straightish line. The other thing that I showed was that you could click on one end of the line, hold down the shift key, click on the other end of the line, and that gives you a straight line, and it makes it pretty, as long as the line is straight enough, that kind of works, right? And then if there's any place where it looks like something is a bit obvious, you can just kind of drag around it again, and there you go. Now that is gone. Now I could have continued and done it all the way across, but here there's certainly no straight line. So you can also just do it with your hand. Keep doing that and keep going, or do straight line where you can. See, I messed up. That means that all of this down there is going to get changed that I don't want it to. So I'm going to undo and try again. And yeah, here I'm going to do a straight line there. Then I'm going to just kind of go down. And then I'm going to kind of straight line this one, click, shift. And then I'm going to just do that. And there you go, kind of in no time, I got rid of that middle line, which if I turn this eyeball off, there it is. That's what I just did. And a couple of places where I felt like there was a little bit of a weird, like you could see a line crossing it where there's a gradient, I went and just blurred it again by giving a little drag around it. And that looks like I missed a little dot right there. Yeah, there it is. There's a teensy little bit of the line right there that I had missed. Okay. So that's kind of reviewing what we just did. Letting the spot healing tool brush, which for the most part works with spots too. So say that I want to get rid of, I'm trying to show that I'm in the middle of the desert and I have, maybe that's a stop sign or something and I don't want it. I can just go and just literally just single click. And that's why it's called single clicks helps a lot. Maybe this is a blemish that I don't want. I just click around, single clicking, and it'll get rid of these guys. So I need to, why is that one not going away? I'm saying it'll go away and it doesn't. There's something in my tool. Oh, I had changed my tool to less hard for the other example in this case, and that's why it wasn't. Ah, okay, that's a blemish. I have a thing on my screen. I kept going, what's wrong? I have silly. I have a spot of something on my screen and I kept seeing a dot there. I was going, it's not fixing itself, and it's because it was dirty screen. You guys might be going, what's she working on? There's nothing there. It was a dirty spot on my screen. Anyway, but this thing was a little plant. I can go over here and get rid of that little dot, that little dot. So this is great for old photos that are all full of little dots and scratches and things like that. So this tool is amazing. Now, if I want this to look like I'm in the middle of nowhere, this here is a thing that I might not want. So this tool, again, you can just drag down and wait and hope it does its best. And then you look. And if you really at 100% can't tell it's there, or someone could not ever be able to tell it's there if they weren't knowing where it was, then that's good enough. But sometimes you have to be careful because sometimes you might see a repetition. That's weird. Let me see if I can do something like that here. I'm not sure that this is not a good example for repetition. Sometimes when you do one of those corrections, it picks up and repeats that same thing. And if that happens, then it looks really fake. There's nothing very concrete here, but let me give you an example just so you have an idea what I'm talking about. Say that I wanted to get rid of this entire bush here. Or this little hill. Say I want to get rid of this hill, which is hard. It's not a very specific thing, but say I got rid of this hill. It's going to look around and it's going to give me, well, that actually worked. I wanted to do the opposite. I wanted it to give me some bush. Now and then you don't want it to work and it works. It's hard sometimes to do an example of what doesn't work when the computer doesn't want to. Like I don't want it to look over here and give me a new version of that bush over here, because then I can see them both together. Say that I want to hide this part over here. Is it going to go pick up from that bush? Let me see. No, in fact, it's working. So I'm going to give up on that. I'll show you when it happens. What I mean about if you don't want that edge to be there and then suddenly you see the same bush repeated 3 times. That's what I mean. That's the problem. So you need to be careful with that. But since it's not happening, then forget about it. That said, try and see how you can get rid of a lot of these things by doing that. Now, in this case, we could be using either of these tools to remove the yellow lines, right? I believe that even this tool that we're using would work pretty well here because there's enough gray all around it. And that's what you need to consider because it's going to lurk around it. So if I do like that and try to remove this yellow line, that portion, yeah, it did a pretty good job. But then I have to get a bit bigger and go from here to here. And let me see, does it still do a good job? Yeah. Or if I get, the only problem with getting too much bigger is that I would have to get to do the shift, click, shift. I would have to get so big here to do that, right? To do the shift, click, shift, because that's how big it gets. But then I would end up getting rid of too much stuff over there that's unnecessary. See how it becomes kind of weird? So the shift, click, shift might not work. but it might work for me to go painting it and not letting go of my mouse, not letting go of my mouse at all. Keep painting until I got everything I want covered and then let go.
Yeah.
And what do you think about the change?
Bad.
Blurry.
Yeah, because it's had to invent too much, right? So at little things, this tool is pretty good, like that line. But when you try to do this big thing there,
Mhm.
yeah, you begin to see that it's just not the same, that the blur doesn't work. And that's even if you had the tool on as hard as it could be, because it wasn't able to figure out the best way to make that work. I'm going to undo Command Z, Command Z. And this is an example where after you've tried a few times, you can maybe try starting with another side of it. Maybe it knows how to pick better and it might do a better job. But see, it's not. So what I'm going to do at this point, I'm going to undo all those changes. And now I'm going to do, we could either do the remove tool. We could try that one again. But there's another tool you can use, which is the last one. So I'm pretty sure the remove tool would do a fantastic job of this, but you already saw that being used. I want to show you the last of the 3 Band-Aids. The last of the 3 Band-Aids is one where you choose what's going to replace your thing that you don't want anymore. Okay. So this one is very easy. You click and drag and it does what it does. It's good or bad. That's all it does. The second one is the one where I could just select this and the computer would look all around and probably give me a really good result. I don't want to try it right now because I want to teach you the last one. I'm pretty sure that one would do well. But the last tool will work where none of the others will work. So let me show you about this one. So the last tool, and so we make a new line, it's called the healing brush. So this one that we did first, the layer 1, that was the spot healing brush again. So I'm going to leave that there, but we're going to make a new layer and we're going to just call this one the healing brush. Just the healing brush. The only difference in the word is the word spot, but it operates totally differently. And so first watch, I'll do the whole thing and then you can do it yourself. So I'm going to do an easy version first, which is this line, which yes, we've already seen we can do it really easily with the other tool, but just to teach you the tool, maybe I'll just go straight into doing it on the yellow thing to teach you the tool. Okay, so here we go. First, I have to select something that I want to put in place of what I don't want. So in this case, say that I want regular asphalt in place of the yellow, right? So you have to think in the order of what do I want if I don't have yellow, what do I want here? And in this case, I want some regular asphalt. Okay, so then I'm going to have to take a selection of that asphalt. So I have to make a little selection of this, like a little sampling, not a selection, a sampling. So how to do a sampling? I'm going to hold down my Option or Alt key, and I get a little like crosshairs tool, and then I click my mouse one time. For now, just watch. Please don't try to do it at the same time the first time ever, because if you've never done this, it'll get confusing. Just watch the process. And now when I move my mouse around, so I'm going to do a little click. Oh, I'm doing this on this. Yeah, I hate doing this. You guys might notice that I don't use my touchpad a lot. Give me a second. I'm going to go grab the mouse for this laptop because I don't. Sorry, this is the laptop that I take to school for the days that I teach in person, and it's just was bugging me. Okay, so here we go. Another problem with this tool is I was back on current layer. Remember I told you have something to choose with all layers, so I'm going to go with all layers. And I just put in my mouse, which for me works better. I'm not good at using the touchpad, and this is my laptop. Okay, So I'm gonna take a little sampling of the thing that I don't want anymore, what I don't, but that I do want. I want asphalt. So I'm gonna click in here with my option and click. And now watch what's happening. You can't tell much over here, but let me put my mouse over here. Look at that. I'm carrying a teensy little drop of asphalt. You see that? Over on the asphalt, it's harder to tell, but I'm carrying some asphalt around now. I'm just moving my mouse now. I'm not doing anything with it. Now, depending on where my tool is, if I have it on hard or soft, it's easier if I have this on not 100% hard. I'm gonna put it like in, I don't want to make it too soft or blurry, but I'm gonna try somewhere over here to start with. Someone pretty, I'm gonna try it every time you have to try. I'm gonna go with 90% hard, so the edges are a tad blurred. Now I'm gonna make my tool a little bit bigger. And now I'm gonna say, I want some of that here. So now I'm gonna click and drag, and I want you guys to look at something. While I'm doing this, and I'm gonna show you what I'm doing, maybe I should go. What I'm gonna do here is I'm going to have you guys look at right here. I know that I'm changing some yellow stuff here, but what I want you to do is not to look at that. I want you to look at this place where I took my sample from. Now watch. What's happening in that place that I took my sample from? What do you see? Do you see a plus sign?
It's moving.
Yeah,
Little plus sign?
yep.
Happening is that whatever's under that plus sign, which is where I took my sample from, is now going to be copied onto the place where my circle is at. So as I do this, what's happening is that my yellow line now is being changed by bringing whatever's under that plus sign. You see that?
Mhm.
Like I'm choosing to put asphalt in this area. Where is it copying it from? From where that plus sign is. So in fact, even though I do need to be looking at my right hand, most importantly, I need to be looking at my plus sign, because look, where's my plus sign about to head into right now?
The sand.
The sand. So what am I bringing in here? I'm bringing sand. You see that? So whatever it is, what am I bringing? I'm bringing in sky now, because where's my plus sign? In the sky, right? So you really need to be looking at your plus sign. Wherever that sample you got it from is what's going to come in. Now I'm going to undo everything I just did. And what if I wanted to bring that bush into here? So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to click on this little bush, take a sample from there, and here I am. I'm carrying a little bush. And now I can put a little bit of that bush in here. You see that?
Mhm.
Where's my plus sign right now? Look for my plus sign. It's on that bush. Okay. So that place you take your sample from becomes the place that brings in your, that brings in the change. So now I'm going to undo that again. So now we're going to try again with this. So you need to keep an eye on the plus sign. So again, I'm going to click here. I'm going to sample this right now, right there. When I say sample, now you can all try it with me. First of all, make sure that you have a new tool and that you have chosen all layers, okay? If you're on current layers, instead of the little check mark we had before, you need to actually click on that and say all layers. Without this, this won't work, okay? So remember to use that. Okay, and now I'm going to take a sample of this piece right there of the road, and I'm going to say Option or Alt, click on Option or Alt, keep it held down. When you do that, you get this like little target thing, and then you click your mouse one time. Simply click your mouse one time. When you let go of your Alt or Option key, and you move your mouse around, you should see a little bit of asphalt. Okay. And now, if that's good and you see it, then remember where you took your sample. Now you'll go over here over what you want to eliminate, and you're going to start drawing, and we're going to start drawing over the yellow line. And what's coming in here is the same, the asphalt that's under my X key. Now be careful, right here, this is still gonna work, but watch, now watch me, if you're doing it, lift your eyes up. What if I want to go over here and it's not working? What happened to my plus sign?
It's in the yellow.
Yeah, and how about here? I'm starting to copy yellow, but I don't see yellow. I see asphalt. It's just that I haven't yet let go of my mouse. And so what the computer, what the phone, what the plus sign is seeing is still seeing the original yellow down there. So I'm copying yellow over here, even though it looks like I have gray because I have not yet let go of my mouse. So I'm going to undo all that. You have to be careful when your mouse starts that you have enough space to move around. If I click so close to this yellow line that when I get here, it's going to be too close for me to work. If on the other hand, I click over there, way up there, right? And then I come over here to start, then I'm picking up from way over there, right? And now I'm crossing over the line and I'm getting a little tiny little yellow line. So it's, you have to be, this one is, let's say, much harder to use until you get accustomed to it. Once you get accustomed to it, it's the best because you choose what it is that you want to copy versus the computer choosing what you want it to copy. So in a case of this line, like the simple line, it's so simple. I would just click right above it and then I would just drag across and it's like, boom, that gives me, if you want the same effect as that spot healing tool. Whoops, look at that. I reached over into the sand. You need to make sure that you have space. So I go over here and reach it onto the sand and it's working. But if you wanted to do this here, like these have like some skid marks over there. See how there's like a couple of skid, it looks like skid marks, very gentle, but they are. I wouldn't be able to put this texture of asphalt in here. It looks weird. It's all asphalt, but see how I have this in focus and that's already blurring? Can you tell the difference? So it's all asphalt, but I can't put this asphalt in that area. I would have to choose some of this texture of blurred asphalt to put in this area, and then that would work. Does that make sense? And then this texture of this asphalt, click and sample here in order to put over this, because this is that same, and you need to go over it quite a few times to really make it adapt. And so it's like, that's quite a back and forth, right? But remember, you can't bring that asphalt into here. It just looks like a blurry mess because that asphalt is blurry. So you have to pay attention to that. That's why having something that's parallel, that goes ahead, goes with you. So if I click over here and I start dragging up here, then that plus sign is kind of going through the same. Here it's pretty focused, and then as it begins to get more unfocused as you go up, it's also getting more unfocused over there. It's kind of making sense. It's kind of working with the right. Does that make sense? Over here is beginning to get blurred, but my plus sign was kind of next to me, so that works. When I get to have no more space, I click again, take another sample, and now I start up here and I go with these, right? And then I take another sample and I do this little curve and take a little sample and I do that little curve and I take a little sample and I do that little curve until I'm finally done. Then if I have some weirdnesses, I go back and click another sample and just kind of go over it again here and there. Like click another sample from here. Be careful, this is much lighter. If I click on this and I go over here, it's, you know, a bit lighter texture. So you have to kind of think of where you're taking the color from. But color is not such an issue. And I'll show you why in another photo, because this is all kind of colorless. But texture is a big issue, right? So, is that a question? Anyone has a question? I'm going to clear your answers, and anyone who has a question for whom it is or isn't working. This is not one that immediately. So just if it's not working, if you need help, if the plus, if the click, anything, please talk to me. And by the way, here's the new road, and sometimes it helps looking a little bit because I see that I left kind of a little tiny spot in there, so I can do that. But yeah, yes, Anne.
Mine looks kind of yellowy, like it's Is there a way to make the sample?
You have to go over it again and again and again.
Okay,
Like, it's not just and I'll explain why a bit later, but when you take that texture and I start covering, yeah, it stays yellowy. See that? Like, I
Yeah.
see it. But if I keep going, it's like you keep back and forth enough times, it kind of begins to shift. You know what I mean? And there it is. It's beginning to shift, and you need to just kind of be persistent. Well, there I went over. See, that's me going over when I was doing it. But you kind of be persistent, and then it finally works. So I'm gonna show you a bit more what's happening with the color with another image that has more color. But yeah, click and hold and kind of go over it a few times. Well, again, you have to be careful, because if I do this and I keep going like that, boom, I brought some yellow in from that road, right? So you need to keep parallel. You keep going up and down, up and down. I'm distracted. Keep going up and down enough times. It'll turn into the right color. Okay. So it takes some going back and forth and clicking from a couple of different places to get it to finally match texture with the right part of the road that you're in. All right. Give me a yes if this worked for you. Give me a no if it didn't work. I'm surprised. This is a tool that most of the times people have trouble with, and I'm not seeing many no's or many hands up. So that's pretty amazing. You guys are a very special group, because that's normally not the result. Normally I have 4 or 5 people for whom this doesn't work. All right, look at you guys. And it's okay if you say no, like, and just because most people got it, you can say it didn't work for me. I just want to make sure everyone sees it. And now you can have a bit more fun. And yeah, there's not that much in this photo more to have fun with, but you can say, okay, I'm going to put that little bush and I'm going to repeat it. But this is where you need to be careful, because if you want to put that little bush, you might be able to see the color thing here. Let me see if you can see the color thing. It's pushing it, but watch. This is a watch again thing. Remember when I brought this bush into the asphalt? Let me bake a new layer, so I'm gonna keep the asphalt in a good place. So I'm gonna just play around with some stuff now. When I selected this bush, click on the bush. I can, by the way, oh, something cool about this is you can make your mouse bigger or smaller, and it can still work. So when I brought this bush and I clicked this thing and brought it over, and I started putting it over here. Just tell me, does this, and I'm going kind of over it. Does this, the more I go over it, does this bush look the same as that one?
No, it's darker.
Yeah. It's the same shape, right? I didn't go over the whole thing, but it's the same shape, but it's darker, because this tool is content aware and it adapts. It brings the texture over, but it adapts to the color you're putting it in. So, oh, I should have left it there. Let me just put it in there again. So I'm bringing the bush over, but it's, in this case, I'm putting it over a darker area. So it's much darker. Now I'm going to bring this bush over and put it in the sky. And
Bluer.
yeah, it adapts to the area you put it in. And that's kind of the magic of it, because it helps it blend in to wherever you put it in. Of course, if you put a bush in the sky, it's going to look weird, but it is helping by blending into the color to make it look more realistic. So say that we brought in a bird from a sky that's very bright blue, and you bring the bird into here, it'll change it. The areas around it will be more like tealish blue instead of, you know, like royal blue. It'll adapt to the area it lands in. So really what's being copied is the texture, and it picks up color from where it surrounds. So you're not getting the exact same bush. You're getting that bush tealish blue, and this one is kind of darkish gray. Does that make sense? If I were to instead put this bush over here, I want it to be in this side of the world, it would come in with pretty much the same colors, because it doesn't have to adapt, right? If you compare that one to this one, that's pretty much the same bush as this one, because the surrounding area is identical. Does that make sense, you guys?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and make a new layer so that you don't destroy the line and play around with some weirdnesses like this. Now. The looking. I'm looking at the other photos that I brought to see if I can give you another color example. Yeah, I'm gonna open up and bridge this good old like colorful margaritas or whatever that I've used before. If I were to, and oh, by the way, look what's happening. I took my sampling here of this bush. I come here and guess what? I could continue and draw it in, draw that bush into this background. Or I can go back into my hands typing on laptop and then bring this bush. Look into this dark, look how dark it makes it in here. Or put it over here, right? And it goes brown. So you can keep kind of like dragging, look at that, look at how it adapted to the color of this wood. Anyway, I keep doing undo, but it just, I sampled it in here and it carries over to me. Anyway, that was just a little funky thing to show. But if I go over here and take another sample of this yellow, red, and orange glasses, and now I tried to paint them onto the ocean, see how the color isn't the original beautiful green, yellow, and red? It had to adapt to the teal stuff. Now I'm going to bring those over here and I'm going to try to paint those glasses over here onto these, the asphalt, and see how, and I need to zoom in, see how it's not the big bright yellow, it just kind of darkened to match the fact that it's dropping in here. Okay. Anyway, you got the point, I think. What if I tried to bring them here? This is brighter and happier, so you get a little bit closer to the original colors, right? Because it's a tone that's a bit more daylight, but then if I were to put them in here, they'd go all bluish green again, right? That's the content aware portion of it. It adapts to help it blend in when you bring it from somewhere else. All right, if everyone's still good and all these samples are working, then we're gonna move on to a different tool. So last time for yes, but no, maybe, not for me, that kind of thing. And if you're good, give me a yes again. I'm going to turn all these kind of, let's just call these funky samples. So I'll keep it and turn this off. There's my, road without. And you might know that there was something there, so you keep looking for weird stuff. Look at it through the eyes of someone who clearly has not seen it and see whether this doesn't look just like an unmarked road. If it still looks like there's something there, you need to keep going over it. You need to go back to that layer and do another little sample somewhere and just drag it over a bit until you kind of get rid of anything that truly doesn't look like it belongs there. The most important thing is the texture. Because of these examples that I gave you, it's not so much color that matters, but texture. So say that this color of road is lighter than this color of road. If you sample from here to put it here, it'll still adapt and it'll give you the darker color, because it knows that it should go a bit darker in here than here because it used to have darker. Does that make sense? Even though this part was a bit lighter, you can still use that to help your texture. I'm seeing, yeah, Rebecca?
I'm trying to load up my screenshot to the Padlet and it's giving me a gray shot. Now the screenshot is 6 megabytes. Is that the problem?
No, I don't think so, but let me check. I'm going to do a screenshot of this. If so, make it a bit smaller on your computer to get a smaller screenshot. So yeah, by the way, thank you, Rebecca, for telling me that, because I had forgotten to say, let's do a screenshot of all of these layers, spot, healing, and the original and the background. And then if you had this one here, you can also do a screenshot of this, which I also forgot, you guys have to remind me because that way everyone remembers. And here we did the remove tool. And then let me put the link here for the Padlet so that you guys
Well,
can.
I'll submit it so you see what I've got. It's-
But now that you said that, I first want to fix the fact that I didn't. I don't know. And there you go.
It says it's a PNG image. Could that be the problem?
Oh, yeah, then you didn't, no, the screenshots are PNGs. So
I'll
is
try
everyone else not getting preview? I'm refreshing and I'm not getting.
Yeah, when I look at it on my things, I can see it, but when I tried to add it to the Padlet, it just wasn't working. Let me try it again.
Don't know, try again because yeah, technically it should be working. But I really don't know. So here and this one I used the spot healing brush and remove tool. Content where retouching tools. All right.
Ah, it worked.
Yeah, I'm not. My internet connection seems to have dropped. Weird. There it is. It's publishing that one. And then Diana again for the second one, which is this one is also content aware retouching tools. And this one is the spot healing tool again. And the healing brush. It's hot spot healing brush.
Huh. When I clicked on it to edit it, then I was able to get the picture
Okay, well, there you go.
on the Padlet.
Had to refresh or resample. Take sample by holding down Option/Alt key and click on area that you want to replace with. Then keep an eye on the plus sign on that spot and paint over the I'm going to call it blemish, but you guys understand the thing I want to change. Blemish is easier than saying the plate that I want to replace. So there I just kind of remembered how to use the healing brush tool. All right, so everyone please put their posts at some point or another. Oh, this is a good time to say, guys, this is our last class and I need to get my code to get in here. 4 2 3 3 6 3 3 6. It'd be easier if I had I've got the wrong 4 7 5 6 8 3. There we go. So if you guys want to continue with Photoshop this semester, then I have a class that is starting on I have since I'm not on the regular computer, I have to redo it again. So I'm going to go over to non-credit and select and then go into my name. There we go. All right, so I have a class starting next week called Photoshop for Web Design, this one here. And yes, technically it's in person. See how it says Wake 03, but there's enough people that keep asking me to do it on hybrid. I don't know if you guys have taken hybrid, which is I'm in person at school with whoever comes in person. And then I also have the Zoom on for the people who are on Zoom. This class is not permitted to be in person, so this would be kind of skating around the rules a little bit. But as long as you guys are present and do the work, and then if you're missing, kind of like I'm doing here, do the recordings, I'll be fine with that. But I need to have enough people who are interested in doing that for me to bother, because you know, it is more work to get that going, and I probably wouldn't do it for one person, but I have a couple of people interested. So Photoshop for the web, CRN, and there's the photo, I'm putting it in the chat. Photoshop for the web, and the CRN is this one here. And it's running, it's Mondays and Wednesdays evening. So Mondays and Wednesdays from 5:30 to 8:35 p.m. So it's, oh, it starts next Monday, by the way. So what's the day? It starts March 3rd, March 4th. So it's very different. Like most of you guys are sitting at home in the morning, and this is in the evening, and it's twice a week, and it's technically in person, but I will run it online if you tell me that you signed up, but you need it online. Well, not online, but like this, I'll do it. I'll be doing it hybrid. I'm gonna be teaching stuff, even if you go, oh, I don't care about web design. I think I mentioned that before, might have not done it in this class. It's not about web design. There's a whole bunch of other stuff in Photoshop that can be used that I don't even begin to approach. And in part, all the smart objects, things that really apply to all kind of photography working. So I think this would be really, really useful for people who want to do just a little bit more, not necessarily more advanced, just different tools you've never used, which does mean a little bit more advanced, right? So anyway, if that's something that interests you, go ahead and sign up for it, and then let me know that you'll want to take it on Zoom, and then I'll create a link for it, and we'll have people on Zoom and in person. All right. So, oh, I see some hands up. Rebecca.
I think I forgot. I forgot what my question was.
Hang on to it, write it down next time it comes up again.
I was busy loading up to the Padlet and.
Okay. Shelley?
I think this is more of a Zoom question, but do you happen to know how to, like, oftentimes I'll be entering something on the Padlet, but then you share your screen, or somebody does, and it just rips it away, and I can't get it back until I click back on Photoshop. Do you know how to?
It's the thing with Padlet. Like when I'm in when I'm in one browser, sometimes I'll come and everything will show up like no graphics, just so weird. And then I'll change browser to another one, and then it'll work. And then I'll go back to the same browser and it works. It's something about the redrawing of it. I don't know. But it's not like it completely rips it away. It just comes up with like this, like a mountain line design or something that's like a little drawing. That's what it does when you can't see it.
Well,
So-
no, I mean, your screen sharing comes up on my screen, so I don't have my Padlet anymore.
Oh, well, I can stop my share.
Oh, no, I don't, that's, okay.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know what it is that's happening, that my screen share appears instead of your Padlet.
Or anybody, yeah, it's weird.
You know, it's been weird today. My Zoom screen has dropped 3 times already and never before.
Yeah, and you know, guys, how much trouble I had at the beginning of class. Those of you who come late missed it, but I spent like 10 minutes or more trying to figure out how to get my other computer up and running. And anyway, that's why I'm working on my little guy here. So I don't know what's happening. And
Wonky day.
catch in the chat, Ginny said that she was going to sign out and watch the recording. Her scratch disk wasn't working. I wish I'd caught that before she left. I said that all these remove tools, all these AI tools do use a lot of computer power. But the old ones that have been here for a while, this healing tool and the spot healing tool, just about everyone should be able to do. The remove tool, which is, yes, artificial intelligence, there's some computers that will find that you just can't do it. And so I wish she hadn't felt that she couldn't continue with all the other tools. I'm going to show so many different things. But yeah, the moment you start trying to use the artificial intelligence tools, be careful. Those, if you don't have a computer that's pretty powerful, then definitely don't don't try to, ow, I'm stepping on some stuff here. Ugh. I told you that there's all this weird stuff going on in the morning around my computer. I don't know why it's such a mess. So if your computer can't handle this one, it might not be able to handle, there's some really cool filters that I'm gonna try to show, but I'll do more of that in the Photoshop for Web class. That are, that use a lot of artificial intelligence, but they do some really cool stuff. And if you can't do it, then that's a sign that you need to, if you have a computer that's modifiable still, then you would have to just change your graphics processor, the graphics card. Best case scenario. Worst case scenario, you have to just upgrade your computer. Photoshop is getting to be more and more as it advances into this world of artificial intelligence. Even if you don't want those tools, the program itself to run that stuff needs much more powerful computer. So it's becoming a little bit of a hog of computer resources. But anyway, it can also do some marvelous stuff. But yeah, you're kind of stuck with, I just wanted it to work for my photos. So at some point, if you don't want to upgrade anymore, in the iCloud, like you see that your computer is just not working with it, this word is struggling, don't upgrade when it switches to 2025 or try to go down to 2023 by going to the iCloud place where you downloaded your apps and uncheck the automatic updates, and then it'll stop there. You'll still be able to use it, but you won't have to change your computer, even though you might not get the upgrades. You know what I mean? Because yeah, at some point your computers are going to fail and you're going to just keep upgrading, and then you just won't be able to use it. It'll just completely crash. So then you need to back off and not keep moving up. All right, Julia.
Yeah, I'm going to ask, can you repeat the last process when you kind of like copy from one file to another, or paste? It's not paste, it's like you were copying one, like the glasses, you were copying to another file. I can say this, you were, what was it? You were on the one file and then you went to the glass and the beach and then started brushing, and it was kind of like copy.
Okay, yeah, like when I put this, the asphalt in the other photo.
Yes.
Yeah, so that wasn't so much me doing anything different. Let me just show you what I did. So hold on, let me share my screen again. It was, I have different files open, right? And so I just took a sample of one, say this keyboard, and then I just went to another one and I showed you how it copies over. I'm not copying anything, it's the same tool. So go to another file, take a sample of something, right? In this case, I take a sample of the seawall by doing the Option Alt click. Make sure you're on the pixel layer, since we have these open, you might be on a layer where there's nothing to sample from. Go to the pixel layer, sample the keyboard, then go back to this desert road, and yeah, you can paint a keyboard. But I'm not copying, I'm just using the same tool. That I don't see the plus sign, but the plus sign is all the way back there in the other file. Okay, did that work now?
Yes, thank you.
Which, by the way, this isn't typically the way we would bring something in from another file, but we could see, you know, open a file that has some cute little birds flying on, and then I can just bring it here and just do this tool to bring it over in a new file. That would work about as well as having copied in the actual image. It's not usually the way we do it, but why not, right? Yes, Anne?
How do you bring another image in? Do you go to the other one and do copy?
Yeah, we've done it quite a few times. Who remembers? And see, it's a test.
Well,
of-
not just the object. I know how to do that because you make a selection and then, but how do you bring the whole image over? Like you say you had a texture that you wanted to put on top of your image.
That wouldn't be the whole image. That would be the opposite. That would be just a portion of it, right? Or explain to me again. Just the
Well,
text.
say you have a picture of some cement and it's got some sort of texture on it and you want to bring it over and fade it and put it on top of an image. How do you do that?
Yeah, so say I want to bring this road over to say, I don't know, these are not very good examples, but over here into this ocean, is that what you mean?
No, I want the whole image covered with another image and fade it out.
Oh, that's actually the, so to say, the easiest of them all. Say that I want this whole image. I'll
Yeah.
go to complete control, and I'm just going to imagine that this is the original image. I'm going to say select all, Command or Control A, copy. And then I go over here and I paste, and the whole thing comes in. Well, so this is a bad example because this image has a very different part of what I'm going to talk about today. It has a very different resolution. Ignore that, and I'm going to tell you a bit later today we're talking about that. So anyway, here's the entire image that came over from the other one into this one. Is this what you mean? And then you would
Yes.
fade the edges. Yeah, so I just copied and pasted. I also did it earlier on. Another way would be to select this. I think the first time that I had you guys do this, I clicked over here, I took the entire layer, and then I went over here and I just dropped it in there and let go. So here I have my laptop on top of my background, on top of my desert, right? So maybe I want to do that. So whichever, the easiest way when you want to bring the whole thing is just to select everything, copy, and then paste it in.
Thanks.
Yeah. All right. There's like 3 other ways. There's so many ways to do that. Those are the simplest ones. The select or just drag over. All right. So Julia, did that work for you now? What you were asking me?
Yes, perfect. Thank you so much.
So guys, I'm going to show you just a couple more of those tools, and then I'm going to segue into the conversation about what I'm showing you right now. Why did this photo turn up so tiny when I tried to bring it in here? I got this tiny little photo and it was this big here, and so on and so forth. I'll have to completing, finalizing these photos, ready to get them out of the way. So that's the second part of today's class. But I want to do a couple more of these tools before we go on our break. I think I thought a ding that someone's trying to come into class, but I don't see the request. When I hear a ding like that, it's the doorbell. Oh, I'm looking at the chat, and a couple of you guys said, please hybrid. When the class goes away, this chat goes away. Please send me an email if you want the Photoshop for the web in hybrid mode, okay? Because I won't be able to track who said what, if you don't mind. So if you want to take the class and you sign up for it, but don't tell me you want it hybrid and then not sign up for it, because it's a big effort for people to not show up. But if you're going to take the class and you want it hybrid, then please sign up for it and email me, and that'll be, then I'll do it that way. Okay. All right. Let's head back to the bridge and let's open. Once again, let's double click the desert composite folder and let's open this woman image. Woman's in front of the ocean. Double click. Now, there's a couple of other tools that are the ones down here. So I showed you the first 3, the Band-Aid looking ones, but there's 2 more. The content aware, but these are not these are not artificial intelligence. These have been here for a few years, so they're not using the resources as bad, but 1 or 2 might tax the limits of VDI. And they work kind of differently, although it might seem that they, depending on how you use them, you couldn't make them do the same thing. But one is to move something, and one is to kind of replace something. So let's start with the top one, the patch tool. I'm going to choose the patch tool. And what I'm gonna do with the first watch, okay, this is definitely a watch first, because these are all very, again, kind of like the other one, it has some tricks to it. Now, this won't work anywhere. In this case, I have similar-ish background, although the color here is very different than there, right? But what I want to do is I want her not to be here. So you'd say, well, why don't you use a remove tool? Yes, probably the remove tool will do a better job in this case. But remember, the remove tool didn't exist for many years, and sometimes the remove tool really doesn't figure it out. So the patch tool kind of is the one that we've used forever for this. So let me just show you really quickly. I'm going to select around, not right on top of her. I'm sorry. I absolutely hate using the touchpad, but my mouse connected to my other computer, so it didn't work. I should probably do this on my other computer, but anyway, here I do this, and I'm going to, maybe I'm going a little bit too big, but I'm kind of selecting around this woman and all the way down so that I get her. And if I got too big or too small, remember how I told you you can add to the selection or take away from a selection? Does anyone remember that? How do I make my selection bigger? I got too near her chin. I want to add a bit more space. Does anyone remember what I should do?
Plus.
Yeah, but how do I pick up my plus?
Hold the shift key.
Shift key. Yeah, I'm going to hold the shift key. See how now my tool has a little plus sign? And then I'm going to add a little bit more, a little circle to add a little bit more space under her chin. And then if I got too much sky over here, I get my minus with the Option or Alt key, and then I'll just take a little bit of this extra away, for example. So if you went really off with your tool, you can kind of still adapt a little bit. So first watch, I'm going to grab this much. And so when I put my mouse over her, see how suddenly there's an arrow appearing on the shape? I'm going to grab this. Is weird. I'm going to go over here and I'm going to put her shape. And what's happening is that the place where she used to be is being replaced by this area that I'm now selecting. When I let go, now I just have ocean where I used to have person. I'm going to do that again. I'll take this shape, the selection, and what I'm moving is a selection, and I'm saying fill the spot with this. And notice that in the case of this image, I have to be very careful to put it on the same line of the horizon. So I'm going to say put this that's on my right side now over there. And when I let go, there it is. If you pay attention, that's exactly that same wave. Like that little dip over there is exactly this little dip. So it truly replaced that area. Would have been a little bit harder had I gone over here, because this ocean is quite different, right, in color. And I had let go there. What happened to the color? Content aware. It adapted the color a little bit, just a little, and it blurred the edge a little bit, but it doesn't adapt the middle. So although the edge is blurred a little bit, it works, the middle still has that color, and that suddenly looks really weird. I'm going to undo that. So you need to do this in an area, into an area that makes sense. So in this case, over to this side makes much more sense than to that side. Does that make sense? Because that wouldn't look, that just doesn't mix. Nor if I try to put some sky over there, it'll put the sky over there, and it'll blend the edges. See, it kind of does its best to blend the edges. And I'm going to hide my selection, but it doesn't. It's just brought sky in there, which is ridiculous. So you have to have the right kind of photo where this would work. So go ahead and try that, you guys. Give yourself a little selection, not tight to her, but near enough to her, because anything that's selected is going to be replaced. So you don't want to select stuff that's good, right? So you don't want to go way overboard, but you also don't want to go too close, because say I go really close to her face here. I'm going to do an example of going really close to her face. Now when I move this over and let go, then, well, you can't see it too much, but over here it's kind of mixed with the waves, but I still have parts of her nose and her face. You need to be making sure that that space for blurring the two is left without shape. so it has enough space to blur. All right, and then we'll move it over. And again, be careful where you drop it. And once you're ready to go and you drop it, then you can deselect, Command Control D, or go over here to deselect, and then you can look. And if you see a really weird edge, like over here, you can still go in there with a spot tool and whatever. But the main problem I have here is that I dropped it where the horizon isn't matching. See, there's that little line. So you have to be very careful about that. I'm going to undo that and try again. And this time I'm going to have to be really careful to drop it where the horizon does match. And then if you keep an idea of where your outline is, look around and then hit deselect, and then you can look and see, oh, well, look at that. It looks like it just, I did it again. But anyway, match it the best you can. And then you can keep blurring the spots where you see a difference. Now, is this destructive or non-destructive?
Destructive?
Destructive.
Very much so. This is a tool that you cannot do in a non-destructive mode. There's a few tools that are left in this Photoshop that are just not able to be non-destructive, and this is one of them. So had I started from scratch with this image, this is an example of you have to make a copy. So I would just make a copy of this layer, right? So everyone go back and undo, right? Go all the way top and undo, and then make a copy first, which is Control or Command J is one way to get a copy. Another way is to right click and say duplicate layer and say okay. So those are two different ways of duplicating amongst many others. Copy paste would be another one. And now when you do it, you'll do it to the top one and it'll be destructive, but you'll still have the bottom one available in case you want to redo it or correct or something. This is the old way of doing things where we always had to have more and more layers of the same thing. And it doubles the size of the image to do it this way because it's the pixels are what takes weight to this image. So now you've doubled an image. And this is beginning to segue into the conversation that I wanted to have later. So let me just show you this while you guys play around with the patch tool. One layer of these pixels down here is saying, I changed what this reads by default. I don't know which one it's reading, but I clicked on this little arrow and I'm choosing document sizes for now. And notice that it says document 31.9 megabytes / 31.9 megabyte. Now, if I duplicate this thing, look at down here, it went 39.19 megabytes / 63.9 megabyte. It's doubled the size of my image just by duplicating that, that layer versus had I just put in an adjustment layer for some reason to do something, right? And that's all I did. Then look down here, I have a whole nother layer with no pixels and there's no size difference. That's not to say that none of these adjustments do not take any space, but nowhere near as much as if I had duplicated my entire layer. So when you're worried about a lot of layers or files, I don't know which one of these had quite a few layers. Someone was worried about sizing. Here we did create new pixels. So in this case, it went from 86 megabytes to 125 megabytes, which is still not completely as big as double, but it did add, this whole procedure did add file size to it, just having these two layers, but it's more about the remove tool procedure, which it makes it be a bigger file. Okay, so I left you behind on this one. So that's one. Let me undo this. I'm gonna now duplicate this, and from the last time, I'm going to go ahead and do good enough job of getting my little selection around her. Oh, I'm not in my patch tool, sorry. So I'm gonna go around and do my best to do this one more time, given that I really am just do a very quick observe job because I know I'm into the next one because you guys have to take a break and then I need to move to something else. All right, so there we go. That's for now as good as that one gets. I'm gonna turn that off, go ahead and put, this is called the patch tool. And now the other tool that is also destructive, I'm gonna make another copy of this background layer, Command and Control J. So now I have, nope, I need to deselect first, deselect. Command and Control J or duplicate. So now I have another one, and this one's gonna be the content aware move tool. There's so many content aware tools. I'm just showing you only the tools that are here. There's even more, but they're all pretty magic. I used to call them magical, but now that AI exists, very few things seem magic anymore. So now I have, this is what the patch tool did. I erased her. The content aware move tool is not going to erase her. It's just going to move her. And it's this little guy that's underneath there. So get yourself another copy of the background so that we always have this one to come back to. And let's.
How did you make a copy of the whole picture again?
So I selected the area, the background layer that had the whole picture, and then Command J. That's the easiest way. Otherwise, right click duplicate layer. That's the other way to do it. You can also drag it down to the plus sign. There's like 3 other ways, but those are the 2 easiest ones. All right. So now I'm going, make sure you're working on the top, on the one that's above, and you've turned this eyeball off, either that or put it above so that whatever you see is what's happening on this one. Same thing, we're going to kind of select her, same kind of thing where you need to do your best to select, wrong shortcut. Ah, come on. I closed it without saving my layers, so I lost my patch tool thing, but never mind. So we're going to start by making a selection around her. Also a little bit bigger, not too big. Remember, because anything that you select is going to be replaced. And once you have that, you're going to click and drag her over here. Again, make the backgrounds match the waves and the sky. And then when I let go, I can make it bigger or smaller if I need to. I can even flip it. That one's kind of fun, but I'm not going to flip it right now. I'm just going to say done over here, or I'm going to hit return key, or I could also go over here and hit this little check mark. Once I do that, I'm going to start processing, and it moved her. So this one is like 2-in-1 in the sense that it took her away from where she was, replaced that, and then put her over here. It's not perfect. You're going to have to do some blending and some matching of colors here, but it moved her. And this is one of the worst backgrounds to do this in that there's a gradient of colors and there's waves that each one should change. I've done this with sand, with mountains, and you can't see the difference. But in this case, yeah, there's a bit of a difference. So as always, all these effects work better on some circumstances than others. I have not tried the move tool with this one. And yeah, I don't like the result here. But guess what? We can always go back to our spot healing tool and say, I want a bit more of this kind of wave action over here. And so you just come over here and you fix that with your spot healing tool, right? There's other tools that I've been teaching you that you can do to kind of make this look a bit better. Whoops, I put in some person there that I shouldn't have. Right, so you can keep using other tools, but be careful not to repeat the same wave 3 times and whatnot. But you can make this better if you don't like the effect of this. But anyway, that's our content aware move tool. It's a content aware, not just the move tool, it's a content aware move tool. All right. If you didn't get a result that you really love, trust me, it's because this would not be the best example, but try to use the other tools that I've taught you to kind of try to fix what was left over and see if you can get it to look a bit better. And honestly, I can tell right now that this isn't right, that this, that there's a weird little hole here, but honestly, if someone is looking at this as a portrait of this woman and and I do a little bit, right now I'm using my spot healing tool where I'm clicking here and there and just kind of choosing a little bit more of this blue in here. But by the time I'm done with just a couple of retouchings, that's all it took me to touch a couple of things. If this photo were shown to me of my, best friend at the ocean, I wouldn't think twice whether this is looking weird. I'd be looking at her and going, this is fine, right? But if this is, something that you're gonna hang on your wall and have to be really careful with, yeah, you wanna be a bit more precise. Anne? Your hand is up? You're muted, so if you've been talking, I haven't been able to hear you.
I'm just confused why you would make a whole copy of the background and not do it on a layer.
This tool doesn't have the capacity to do it in a non-destructive way.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, these three let you choose current and below, but these two only work straight on their actual pixels. Although
Okay.
look at that, the move tool here, well, that's new. The patch tool doesn't, but the move tool does have a sample all layers option. Let me try that. That's interesting. Let me try that and put in a plus sign. And you asked because I wouldn't have thought of that. It used to be, and now when I drag it over and let go, yeah, look at that. It worked in a non-destructive way. Thanks for asking that. They
Oh,
change
good.
those all the time. But yeah, it was able to do it on this way, which is kind of better because now I can go in here and modify. See, this is what I have now. And I can go ahead and modify this and go, yeah, I don't like how that went, or blend it in a little bit more. I can put in a mask and help this blend in better with the background and other of the tools that we've been using to fix that. So yeah, that's good news. The Move one does have a sample all layers version. Also, what this tool has is a choice between being more careful about the structure of the color. So if I don't like the color that happened here, I'm going to undo that step. And I'm going to tell it to pay more attention to color and maybe somewhat to structure. And I'm going to do it one more time. And by now I'm doing some real weird selections here because I'm just trying to do this fast. But hopefully it'll pay a bit more attention to color now in the portion where it does the drop.
Excuse me, Professor.
Jinsu, I'm gonna mute you because I can hear your conversation.
Hi. Hey, I'm not talking to you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, what was the question?
What's the feature?
The feature is the move tool can be done with sample all layers. And I changed the
Is
color.
this I move to fill the background or the background already exists?
What you need to do, yeah, you need to create a new background, a new layer. Okay, so if this doesn't exist, then it'll do it on the same layer. So you first need to create a new layer, right, by that little tool like you did before. And then in sample all layers, you can go ahead and try it. Now I did try color and it was a mess. So I'm gonna.
What's this move called AI move or smart move?
This one is the content aware move tool, it's called.
Oh, content aware too. So which version? Start have like a 2022 or is this only in?
No, this one's been around for many years. This one's been around for many years. It's not. It's not an artificial intelligence tool. Now, let me just show you what is an artificial intelligence tool. And I'm going to do this one time, and then we need to move on to a break and to our next set of tools. But since we're here, let me just put this up here on top. Again, what we're going to do is we're going to, well, first of all, I need to be on my background. So I'm going to, let me start again. I'm going to duplicate my layer, Command J. So I'm about to show you something completely different. I'm on a basic backlit. I'm going to call this a generative fill. So this is the one tool that I'm going to just show you once and you guys get to play with it. It's, and you can use it with like any selection that I do right now, if I start making a selection with this tool, for example, over there, it'll say generative fill. It doesn't need any particular tool. So let's go to the basic selection tool, the lasso tool that's here. Any of them will give you this option down here at the bottom. Let's do a basic selection around her again, kind of generic.
Oh, can we generate some laser like a superwoman shooting laser to the season like that? Is that possible?
Well, let me just show you what you can do, and then you can play around with it. Hold on. Make have a blank layer of her, make a generic selection around her, and then this is what's going to happen. I'm going to click on generative fill right there. And I guess in this computer, I haven't used it yet. So if you've never used it, it's going to try to tell you yes or no. There's all these, I'll tell you what it'll happen. I'm going to say agree. For free, you get, I don't remember how many, maybe 100 attempts at generative fill. I'm not sure what the number is per month. If you do more than that, you need to pay. And then down here, it says, what would you like to generate, right? And so you could invent that.
About woman shooting lasers, is that possible for these things to do that?
What is it that you want to put in there?
Or like a superwoman, like a shooting the eye lasers.
Shooting eye lasers to add to her, and here having like shooting eye lasers. Yeah, you could have done that. In fact, try that. What I'm going to do here is maybe say, put a, I don't know, what can I say? Put a big beach ball, or what can I say? I'm going to invent, I don't know that it'll work with this background, but say, have a, change her into a surfer, or even just have her disappear, right? But that would be kind of the same as we've been doing before. So let me say, what would you like to generate? A surfer. And the more detailed you get, the much better. So I'm just saying a surfer, but you can say a much more descriptive thing, like a woman surfing on in the summer on the ice or whatever. You get really to that. I'm just gonna write a surfer, and I'm going to say generate, and it'll give me, it does this online in the cloud, and it gives me 3 choices. So I'm waiting, and it generates 3 choices. And that, or that. And I can decide which one I like best. In this case, maybe I like that one best. After all, I didn't say a woman or a man surfer, so he gave me one of each. And I'll go, well, I like that. So basically, it completely invented and replaced. Not only did it put a generic surfer, I didn't tell it what kind, but it also then had to work at replacing and putting, fixing the ocean behind it, because this wasn't the same amount of ocean. And in that sense, it did a much better job. If you like it, you choose which one you like, you say generate, and it creates a new layer with the new choice. So I'm going to choose the first one. I'm going to say generate. Only select what you want to change. And it'll, if I didn't like my selection, if I didn't like the 3 options, it's generating again. Now it gave me 3 other choices, and this looks weird. This doesn't even look human. See how I just said generate. If I liked it, I was done. But if I didn't like it, I keep trying it. Now from 3, it gives me 6 choices. And that one, I think it doesn't, I don't even know, like it's missing a leg or something. How about this one? That looks a bit funky. The guy's hands look like hands. Yeah, of all these choices, the more you make, I find that in general, it doesn't work. I think the best one was the first one. You could go here and see or trash the other little versions, or you just can ignore them. You can say, no, this one was horrible, and you just click a little trash and say you don't want that one. You can do that to the ones that you discard. But then you can just say, no, I like the one I like, and you're done. And here it is. It says a surfer. It'll say whatever description you had. I'm going to close that. And yeah, and so this is replacing that.
Wow.
And I was very, very, when I say, so you can get really detailed. A yellow dog with a German Shepherd dog with a leash jumping in the way, you guys can play around with it. This does take a lot of computer processing power. And as I said, you get to do this. I don't remember the number, how many times you can do this.
And would
how
would that count as one time or 6 times?
hold on, 100 times generative fill on Photoshop for free.
250.
You get 250 credits. So if you have the full Adobe Classic, you get 1,000 credits per month. Let me just see. Actually, I should just go in straight into the Adobe stuff. The whole point is that you can always keep doing it, but after you do the certain amount a month, which I don't think it's as many as 1,000, then which is the one? It's unlimited or free. It's not. Okay, that's just history. There's a number, and this isn't the right number, that you can do for free. And then you can still do it, but it takes a lot longer to give you the result. Like it makes you wait a long time for the result until the month is over, and then you get however many free chances you get a month again. So anyway, Adobe guide or something like that. I want the answer from Adobe. Here it is. And then over here, I can go into the Adobe guide and start looking. Anyway, you know what? I'll let you read it. There's a place where they tell you how many, but these are examples that you can go and look it up and see if this is something that you're interested in. It says, yeah, I don't know how many, but anyway, whatever many you get to do, and it's quite a few. And I don't know the answer of whether each one of those 6 is considered like 3 or 6, or this is considered 1. I don't know the answer to that actually, so I would have to research it. So you can research it or tell me. Anyway, and my result would be different than yours and than anyone else's, right? Because maybe you got a different surfer or a different choice, or maybe you gave it more specific answers, and so you got more answers. So anyway, just wanted to show you really quickly all these different like tools, in particular this last one. And this is I don't think, is anyone on VDI? Is it working on VDI? I don't know if anyone's left on VDI in this class. I don't think it'll work on VDI. I should go try it on VDI. Anyway, let's go ahead and take our break. I've kind of run a bit roughshod over the time for the break. I was trying to finish a bit of this. There's so many content aware tools. I've just shown you a couple. That's the kind of stuff that if you're, you know what, if you're in the next Photoshop class, the web class, and you remind me, I can add others instead of the same ones. I can show you a couple of other different ones, but still the concept of content aware will appear for everyone. The one that everyone needs to know are the basic spot healing tools and healing brush. The rest, there's bazillions of content aware tools that do pretty amazing things in Photoshop for you. All right. I don't see any hands up, so let's look at the time. 11:55. So let's take 15 minutes, be back by, I remember that this class we were doing 20 because this is our lunch. So 20 minutes, 11:56, someone help me here.
12:16.
15, since it's one more 16. Okay, be back. And probably by now talking another one, be back by, it says be back by 12:17 p.m. All right. All right, see you guys in 20.
Oof.
All right. I'm back. Everyone come back. If you haven't yet. Come on back to the screen if you hear me. All right. There we go. I'm gonna flip over to this other computer where it's a bit easier to talk with you. Oh, or not. I don't know. I've been doing it on this one. I'm gonna sort of stay on this one for now. Okay. So, everything that we've been doing up until now is, I've left you all the files that we've been worked on. I've left you in the PSD mode, layered file mode. Everything we finished, and we left it at like that. And it's layered. I just grabbed a piece of toast and I think a little tiny piece of just went down in there and is stuck in my throat. But that's not necessarily a good way to then complete the file. In the past, you couldn't use a PSD for anything like printing or putting it in a flyer or doing anything with it. As time progresses, though, in reality, many times you could now open up InDesign, a program where you do layouts for newsletters, and bring in a PSD, a layered file, and it would still work. And it would work well because you can keep doing changes to it. But for the most part, we tend to use what we call output files, final files that don't have all these layers for anything else we want to do. As simple as a print, a photograph, to, you know, as I said, putting it on social media or sending it out as a wow, presentation, putting it on your website, putting it in a book, whatever it is that you want to do, creating a calendar with it. All of those, there's a big separation in everything I've been telling you. One is if you want to do something that will get printed on analog material, meaning on paper, or even on a bag or on a pen, you know, anything that's going to end up being created with ink on a hard, a touchable surface. That has one set of needs. And then the other way of creating output files would be to create files that are going to end up being seen on a screen, be it a mobile phone, a smartwatch, a desktop, a laptop, an iPad. That has a different set of needs. So this same file that any of these files that we've been creating needs to be, I'm sorry about that. I'm trying to see that. It helps. Has different ways in which I need to work with it in order to create an output file. And in fact, there's some of these that you can't even use at all for some of these features. So the one that needs that has the most resources, needs the bigger files, would be if you're going to print anything. So I'm going to share my screen now, and I'm going to show Bridge. So we're going to head over to Bridge right now. This is where I was. By the way, anyone who's been putting up there, thank you for putting up the Move tool that I see Bud and Rebecca were working a little bit on that. I forgot to tell you, please do screenshots of this last thing, the last two things that we did, the Patch and Learn Move tool. But I'm going to head over here to Bridge, and we're going to talk a little bit about these different needs that we have in order to complete our pictures. And if I click on this little photo and I look at the metadata, I'll see that it says 960 by 672. That's how many pixels this image has per side, right? Since the 960 number is bigger, and if you look at the photo, that's wider, clearly the top line, the horizontal size is 960 pixels, and this is the 672 pixels. If I look at the one next to it, which is the other way, it's in the other order, then the smaller number is that one on top. So you're always going to have width by times height. And there's many more pixels in this one than in that one, right? This one says 1500 by 2000 versus this one had like 960 by 600. So I know I said a little bit about this at the very beginning of our classes, like first or even second, maybe the second week I talked a little bit about this. Those of you who have been in my class before, you can't answer because it's hard for you to know if I said it this time or last time, but those of you who are just new to this class, do you have any memory of what I'm talking about when I say how many pixels in it? I just want to know how far back to explain, or did it happen so long ago that I need to start kind of from zero? Deborah, you're kind of new to my classes. Did I talk about, how much about this do you remember me saying?
I remember it. I'm sort of vaguely familiar with it from previous.
Okay, well, I'm gonna zoom through this little part then, just trying to remember how deep in depth I went. I think this is the majority of what I said was just this. Which is how many pixels this image has per side is the whole the number that we talk about as PPI, pixels per inch, has to do with how many pixels fit if this were to be printed on paper. And I know you guys read the handout, so maybe some of this is familiar to you guys from the handouts, but this number, this measurement of PPI matters only if we're going to print this image. It does not matter at all if it's going to go to a screen, because screens differ in size so widely. There's no standard. There's no standard way an image will look in my screen or in your screen. We look at the same image and you might see it yay big and I might see it yay big, depending on the resolution of our screens. So you can't use the word inch when you're talking about screens, displaying anything on a screen. But what you can use inches for is when you're going to go to print. And so PPI, pixels per inch, is a number that depends on an established size. Everyone knows what an inch is. There's just something in the world has established once the size of what an inch is. And depending on how many pixels fit into that inch will be the quality of our image. So if I have less than 300 pixels per inch, it's going to be blurrier, lesser quality. The lesser amount of pixels I have, the lesser quality it is. Versus if I can have 300 pixels or more packed into each inch, then the higher quality that image will be. And remember, all of this has to do with if I print this image. That's always the final output here is printing when I'm talking about PPI. So if I look at this number here and I look at this side, which is 960, if I were the kind of person like my son who has some incredible ability to look at that number and give me an answer really quickly, I do not. I would say, how many times does 960 go into how many, if I want to divide this into 300 pixels per inch to get a good quality print, I'm going to just roughly say that 300 plus 300 is 600 plus 300 is 600 more. So I'm going to roughly say that this side here can fit, 960 could fit into 3 inches, right? Like divide 963 times and you'll get 300, 300, and 300. So this pixel could fit, is this were to be a 3 side, 3 inches on the side times, and maybe I fit it twice into 600, so 2. So this could be a really high, good quality picture if I printed it 3 by 2.
Which is tiny.
It is a tiny image, yeah, like a wallet card or a business card kind of thing. And yes, if I want to put this on my business card, that would be a great image to print. It would be high quality and it would give me a good 3x2. But the moment I start to want to make it bigger, if I want to make it 5x7 or 8x10 or whatever size I want it to do, what that means is that I'm going to have less and less pixels in each one of those inches. And as I put less and less pixels per inch of what I want to print, if I want a 5x7, I'll have to fit 960 pixels in 7 inches. That means I'm only going to have 100 and something pixels per inch. And these are just regular rough numbers. Photoshop will do the real math for us. But 100 or so something pixels per inch to give this to be a 5x7 image is going to give me a blurry, unfocused, soft, really low quality image. So the limitations I have with an image in order to print them according to whatever size I want to print them has to do with however many pixels that image is made out of. So that would be the size that matters. Now, this isn't all the pixels in the image. This is only on a side. So 960 would be 960 pixels that way and 672 pixels that way. The total amount of pixels this image has, and yes, going back to the times of, you know, school, if I were to see 960 times 262, multiply that, I would get a number in the high thousands or millions of pixels. That's how many pixels exist total in my image. That number matters much less. I mean, it matters when you're going to go buy a camera and it tells you you can take a picture that's 12 megapixels, which means it can have, the total image can have 12 million pixels. But right now, all that matters is how many pixels per side for us to decide how I can print it. So if I look here in the metadata, over here, this image tells me that it's 120 PPI. Is that enough for a good quality picture?
No.
And if I go down over here, it has 3 times it says the word dimensions. This is the metadata for this file. And if I head down here, it tells me that the first number dimensions, it tells me pixels, 960 by 672, the number that I was reading from there. The second dimension tells me in inches, 8 by 5.5. And I go, oh, I can print this at 8 by 5.5. How cool. That's what it seems to say. But then, and in this case, it's given me the choice in inches and centimeters. So really, this is the same thing depending on your version, but it's like dimensions in pixels, dimensions in a recognizable size. The one that matters then is resolution, because it's telling me, yeah, sure, you can print it at 8 by 5.5, as long as you're okay with printing it at 120 pixels. And because of what I've said, you know that that's not good enough for a print. So instead of doing all these calculations, I can open this in Photoshop, and with a simple tool, I can find out whether I can make it, you know, about 3x2, which I generally extrapolated from those numbers because they're kind of easy to see. But if I go into this one over here, I'll see that it's harder for me in my brain that isn't a mathematical brain to figure out, oh, what size can I print out of that, right? And I'm going to want to be able to see that.
5x7.
What's up?
5x7.
Thank you for those of you who can do that. I'm never surprised that there's people who can do that, but because I have them in my family, but I can't. So I use Photoshop for this, and I'll show you later. But what this is telling me is that this could be, thank you, a 5x7 picture. But notice that over here, I'm not getting any of that information here. I'm nothing. It's all kind of, nothing's there. And part of that is because this is a screenshot. And it was not shot by a camera. This is a screenshot I took from a website of best animal pictures or something like that of the year. And so there's all the other analysis that I have here. All I have is the dimensions and pixels. Now, I do have one more called file size. Here's telling me 411 KB. Now that is so tiny, so tiny. A megabyte is 1,000 KBs. Look at this one that seemed to have many less pixels. It has many less pixels. Yet it says, I don't know, this one did. No, I thought the numbers were inverted. No, 135 KB, then this one makes sense. There's another one here that it seems to have more pixels, but it's actually bigger in size. We're going to talk about that because that has to do with compression and it's a different issue. I'd have to look around to see which one it was. I thought it was this one, but it's not. Anyway, so this one, I will have to limit myself to 5x7. That's as big as I can make it. Now, both of these though, if I forget the conversation about inches completely, if I don't care because I'm never going to print it, if all I want to do with these two is put them on my website, put it on in social media, project it as part of an image that's in my app or whatever. As I said before, screens have no dimension. The bottleneck, so to say, of printing is how many inches you can print an image depending on how big you photographed it. But the dimensions of an image that matter for going to screen are solely how big is that file and how many pixels does it have. So the conversation of PPI is not part of it. But remember that for printing, I didn't tell you how big is the file matters. So dimensions in ink, pixels matters for both ways of printing, but for printing for both ways of output of an image. But for printing, I need to know PPI. And for going online, I need to know file size, the weight, the size of that image as a digital file. Because the bottleneck is in the time it takes for that image that's up on the internet that you posted on your website or whenever you post it, if it takes a long time to go up or not, you don't care. It just but what matters is how fast it downloads, right? And so if someone's looking at your page, at your photo, and the photo takes a long time to show up, they just move on to some other thing. They just, the people have like not even, it used to be 3 seconds of attention per web page. It's got even lower of the amount of time people will wait before they move on somewhere else if they can't see what they want to see quickly enough. So the smaller the file, the faster it appears on your phone or on your screen or on whatever screen that you're watching it from, on your laptop, on your iPad, on whatever you're paying attention to. So the goal here is to get a small file size. How small that file size has to be will have some relationship to how many pixels you can have, because of course, less pixels automatically lends to a smaller file size. But sometimes you need to have the image needs to fill your screen, or the image has to be a tiny little thumbnail. So it matters what size you need that print image to be on screen. And so, yes, you could get rid of some pixels to make it smaller, but the other way to make a file smaller is to do a compression to them. So those are the two things that we're going to go over right now, starting with print. I want you to investigate a couple of the images that I have in here, and you'll notice that when you go to the raw images, you have a much bigger amount of pixels, but also a much bigger size. Yet, if I go over to these, I don't get an automatic dimension given to me either, as I did with a JPEG, in PPI, as I did with a JPEG. In raw images, that's not a calculation that they make for you. They have no idea what you're going to use with a photo. So there's an assumption that you'll figure that out yourself, versus on an actual JPEG, they will always give you an idea of pixels. And this image is already set at 300 PPI, the ideal image, the ideal print size for a good quality image. And it has a lot of pixels, 6,700, almost 7,000 pixels by 44. And if I look down here, this time it tells me I can print this as a 22 by 14 inch. That's a really big image, isn't that? It's really big. It's, 22 by 14, that's a really big print. Do I trust that number? Well, it depends on the resolution. If it says 300 PPI, yeah, we can trust that number. That is correct. Okay. If it had said 80 by 200, and over here it would have said something like 100 or something like that, then that's not going to work. But as long as it's 300, that's a printable image. So let's head over to, I want to do this. What's an image that that's going to work for this example? Let's go to this one. the hand-fed seagulls. So a quick looking at the data tells us that it's 2500 by 1669, pretty small pixel standards as far as what a camera can capture nowadays. And it's set at 72 ppi. I'm going to go ahead and double click on it to open it. So I know basically that I can't trust whatever size it says it's going to print out, right? Because it's at 72 ppi. So when I open this image, if I want to visually see the size it tells me it's at, which in regular photography, maybe you don't need to, but if I was going to design a newsletter in this print, I might want to have an idea how big this image. You can always turn on your rulers by doing Command or Control R, and you'll see like little number rulers on the sides of this image. And then the rulers, when they first pop up, unless you have changed it initially before you open the file, are coming out in pixels. So remember, this image was 2500 pixels by I don't know how much. So here it is. The ruler is going from 0 to 2500 pixels. But most of us don't really know what that means. Visually, it doesn't give us an idea of what that means if I were to try to translate it into inches. In fact, because pixels don't have a size on their own. A pixel can be really big or really tiny, depending on how scrunched it is. The measurement for a pixel depends on how many fit in an inch. So that's the measurement. So if you have 300 in an inch, they're really tiny pixels. If you have 5 in an inch, they're really big pixels. So a pixel in itself doesn't have a size. So 2500 pixels doesn't give me much of an idea. So I'm going to change the metrics of this ruler. I can right click here on the corner of the confluence of the ruler so they both change at the same time. I can right click. Hello. Okay, it's not on the confluence then. It used to be on the confluence for both sides. I'll have to go to the ruler then. And then change this to inches. It used to be you had to do it on each one, or in the middle you did it for both, but now on one side it changed it for both. So now I'm seeing that this says that this could be a 34 or by 22-ish inch picture. Now, the only way I could or not believe this number here would be if I look at this little area down here, which can give me a lot of the metadata of the photo. At first it's telling me the size, the megabyte size. That doesn't help me to see what sizes will be. So I can click on that and I can switch to dimensions, document dimensions. And now it's telling me that this is a 34 by 23 inch image, but it clarifies in 72 ppi mode, where only 72 pixels exist per inch. That's when I know that that is not feasible, not possible. And by the way, any photo you take on a camera, by default, when it comes out of camera, if you first were to read it, it always defaults to being in 72 ppi. There's a reason for that. I don't have time to give you all the technicality. It's historical, but I want to change that. I need to change that to see truly what I can get out of this image. So I'm going to go up to the top where you see those of you who I'm showing only this screen. Remember, on a Mac, I'm going to show you my entire screen. These tools, they'll show up way at the top. Photoshop, right there, we go to image and you have to pull down the thing there. If you're on a PC, you have them right here. I'm going to again share only this because it does away with having to show you all of my background and all that kind of stuff. But you have to guess that I'm going to the image in the top menu if you're on a Mac, and then I'm going to go to image size. And this little window pops up. In this side, and here, this is all about metadata. The good news is that depending on, like over here, I was seeing my image at like 78%, depending on, I could have been seeing it even at 50% or whatever. But when you open this window, you can make it bigger, and this image is going to show up in 100%. 100% really matters because this is where we're going to see the quality of this image, remember? So no matter what I have in the bottom, the quality matters to figure out how well I can print this. So I can see that there's good focus on this front bird, and it begins to get blurry in the other birds, and it gets even blurrier as we go further back, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm going to focus on this bird here. And we're gonna have some, I wanna have some visuals of the sky too. So make this big enough that we can have some sky. It's gonna matter a bit later. I make this a bit bigger so I can have a better preview. So over here, I've got my good old, how many pixels it came with, how many inches it tells me I can do. And yes, caveat at 72. So the most important thing to ever remember is to turn this box off. By default, this comes on. If you last time you used this, for those of you who are not new to Photoshop and you used this before, and you had left it off, then right now it opened as off. But then when I close it, next time I open it, it'll be off. If I leave it on, next time I open this, it'll be on. Remember the whole thing about tools stay where they are. So you always need to go check it. So let's turn this off to start with. And you might notice a physical difference when I do this or that. And when this is off, all three of these numbers are linked. So if I were to change any one of these, the others will change proportionally. So I'm going to head over where it says 72 PPI resolution, and I'm going to type in 300. When I type in 300, then my width and my height become realistic. Oh, I can print this at 8.3 by 5.5. I can trust that number now. What if I want to print it at, you know, at 4,000 PPI? Can I? That means I'm packing 4,000 of those pixels into an inch. Well, I don't even have 4,000 pixels. Hey, you can still print it as a 1/2 inch image, right? So the whole question is, how far do I go on either side of the resolution? What if I print it at 5 pixels per inch? Well, I can make it 500 inches. Numbers can be whatever. The only ones that truly matter when it comes to print is anything around 300 to start with. Because yes, some pictures can be printed with less. I would say never go under 360. I think the handout says never go under, sorry, 260. I think it says 240. My number that I go by is more like 260. Which means that I could print this image up to 9.5 by 6.5, and it would still give me a good enough quality that 99% of people who look at it wouldn't see any alteration in the quality of that image. But as I go lower and lower, and I get bigger and bigger print, that image is going to look less and less good. Let's just go back to 300 for a second. All right, all of this that I'm doing, hopefully you're doing too, so it's just not like watching. Up here, nothing has changed. And all the changes I've been doing here, no pixels have been changed. No file size has changed. All that changes is this, like, best example I have of this is like chewing gum, where you have one piece in your mouth, but no matter that you spread it thin to blow a bubble or you pack it into a little tight wad, you started the same amount of chewing gum and it changes shape and form, but you don't add or take away chewing gum. Does that make sense? You compress it, you tighten it more to put more pixels per inch in it or not, but you know, there it breaks out because your gum kind of quality does change a little bit. Whereas in here, it doesn't matter. All right, so so if I were to now say yay, go for it, which means say okay, I'll say okay. Then nothing has changed. And I had made this smaller when I say nothing has changed, but I had made it smaller at first to show you the 100%. But basically, if you didn't change it, what you see is exactly what you started with. The image itself doesn't change, only the rulers change. If I look at the ruler, now it says that this image is about 8 and something by 5 and something. So let's go ahead and imagine that I'm going to print this image. And I'm saying imagine because I don't need you guys to go do a print, but I'm going to do a print preview. To do a print preview, you have to try to print it. So the shortcut would be Control or Command P, otherwise go up to File, Print, and stop right there. Don't print it. But this little preview that I get here is showing me that if I tried to print this image in a basic 8.5 by 11, you know, letter-sized paper, I am going to be able to fit probably most of my image in, because remember that the image was like 8.3-ish or something like that width, and and I think it was 5 and something, which fits really nicely in here, except for depending on the printer you have, the printer sometimes needs a little margin area to print off the edges. And so this photo, it's basically telling me it's going to be cut a little bit. I can solve that by saying I'm going to print sideways, and there you go. This image will fit really nicely into a paper that's 11 by 8.5, right? And so that's the print preview, and that makes sense. We all kind of know what a letter size paper is. And yeah, this image does seem to be an 8.5 piece of paper. If I were to press print, off you go. That's the size print I would get. I'm going to say cancel. And let's go back to image size and say, yes, not only would I get that which I'm seeing as 8.5, but it would also be good quality because at 300%. So this would be like ideal point of view. Now, what if I had left it at 72? Let's go ahead and say 72. It goes into this, 34 by 23. I'm going to say okay to that. Once again, nothing has changed. The image hasn't been affected in quality. The only time that it ever cares is if I try to print it and I go Control or Command P again, and in that same 8.5 or 11.5, all I can see is this little bit. And in fact, I can move it around and see this is trying to print at 34 inches wide. So it looks good even. It doesn't show me that it's going to be bad quality. It's just giving me a little preview, and I can see that in this size paper, I'm only going to be able to print little bit by little bit in order to get this whole image. So this is what gives you a little bit of idea that this truly would print at 34 inches wide. Of course, it would be really, really bad quality. It would be a big blurry haze. It would not be this that we're seeing. I'm going to cancel that. Let's go back to image size. And now let's do the opposite. What if instead of changing the resolution, I have a fixed size that I want this print to be? Maybe I want it to be a 4x6 because I have a 4x6 frame. And well, in this case, because it's portrait 6x4. So I can go over here to width and type the number 6. Since these are linked together, if this turns into a 6x4 picture, it's going to have too many pixels. So it's going to pack more than 300 per inch because I'm making a print that's smaller than what I technically could make. If I say okay to that and try to print it again, Command, there it is, it's become smaller. That's a 6x4, and my 8.5 by 11, that's a 6x4 print. Now at 400 PPI, I'm going to cancel and go back to image. Is that going to work well? 406 PPI, can I do that? What do you guys think? What's going to happen? Yeah, as long as I go higher than 300, it doesn't matter. When I say it doesn't matter, for certain types of printing, it truly doesn't matter. It makes no difference if it's 300 or if it's 400, or if I want this to be a 3x2, if it's 800. Like, it truly doesn't matter. If you're printing on sheet web presses, whatever, there's a limit. They cannot print it any better just because you put more pixels, more inch. It just prints the same because all they have is a line screen, whatever. Now, there's digital printers now that do have the capacity to take advantage of higher than 300 PPI. Specialized printers, you would, pay a lot of money for them or go to professional printing places. But for the most part, the golden rule is 300. So we're going to leave it at 300 as that's the best quality I can have. Now, nothing I've been doing here, as I say, has changed anything up there. So this that we're doing right now is called resizing. Resizing. So we've just resized this image up and down, smaller, bigger. And no matter which size I print it, no quality has changed. I can go from 3.5 to, to 8.5, and it'll always look just as good, as long as I keep that resolution to that. Before I continue, any questions about that?
Do you let the printer manage the color or the Photoshop?
I can't even get into color today.
Oh.
That's a whole, not even one class, that's a whole 10 classes in and of its own. But no, if you're getting the message of how to manage the color printer and you have zero idea of what that means, just say okay to whatever. But once you want to care more about how those printer comes, then it depends on where you're printing. So if you're printing to your desktop printer, if you're printing to one, Color Services in Santa Barbara Professional Printing Lab, or if you're sending it to, I don't know, Snapfish or Costco, doesn't do it anymore, online. Different printers have different processes, it's different profiles. You have to get in contact with them and ask them what the profile is for them. You have to calibrate your screen. So it's a whole bigger conversation to then hopefully get a print that looks like what you thought you wanted to see. But for now, we're just talking about output. So if I now say, this is what I want, and say, okay to that, I'm not trying to dismiss the question, it's just that it's way beyond the scope of what I'm teaching you today. It's a great question, but for now, just say okay to whatever comes up and to print as it comes. Because the profile was set by the camera or by the user or whatever, and it just, you need to go with that one. So, so right now, if I try to save this file, I opened it up. Originally, I'm trying to remember in Bridge, this one was set at 72 PPI, right? Even though I just told you that I didn't change anything, that was a JPEG. If I now want to save it, even though technically nothing has changed, just the fact that I were to save this as a JPEG again means that I'm going to be losing some quality in this image. So unless I truly, truly need it to be a JPEG, I'm better off saving this right now as a PSD, even if I have no layers, nothing, as a PSD or a TIFF until I know what I want out of this image. What I'm saying is the process of saving as a JPEG creates a compression to your image. So if this is the first time that you just got it out of the camera and you're saving it and you move some things and you're saving it again, the camera's already saved it once as a JPEG, taking some quality out of it. You're saving it again as a JPEG, making again a compression that takes some quality. If someone else then opens it and saves it again, that takes even more out of it. So it looks like the same file. It's always a JPEG, yet each time you are reducing the quality of that image. So you don't want to save JPEG over JPEG over JPEG. You want to save as and create extra versions of it, but never keep saving the original JPEG on top of itself repeatedly, or you are, by the time you don't notice it, it's so gradual. By the time you want to work on it the third time or the fourth time, it's got more JPEG artifacts. So if this is going to be printed as a JPEG, that's fine. I can send it to whatever person is going to print the file for me. Then I can do a save as another. No, well, actually, you can't save as a JPEG anymore. You used to. Now, give me a second here. I'm having. Okay, give me 1 second because I need to go deal for a second with my dog that is going to make a mess in the house. I need to open the back door. Give me just 1 second, you guys. Sorry. I'm sorry about that. It took a little bit longer than I thought because it turned out that he was barking because someone was delivering something that I had to sign and no one was home. So I apologize for that. Okay.
Good dog.
What's that?
Good dog.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't have a bell at our gate. And if you walk in without a bell, the dog is like, and that's what was happening. And I'm like, what's going on? But he was in here and he could hear it. I couldn't hear it. Anyway. So if I were to want to print this file, then I would have to saving one time JPEG over JPEG is not going to be a big deal. You just want to avoid that. So though for hundreds of years you could do a file save and save again as a JPEG over here. It says JPEG options. You can say okay. You are compressing it. So right now, go ahead and do that. Don't say yes to the okay, just say file save. And it is asking you something here called quality, which is a what? What's that question? What's that all about? A JPEG will compress the image based on this number here. And I highly recommend never doing it here, but I'm just showing you what happens if you try to save a JPEG and turn it into a JPEG again. It'll recompress it. This is what this is. And so it's asking you want it to be a high quality, or you can also move this, you know, like that, or low quality, or the maximum quality, or you could just go over here and change these numbers. And let me go back to high where it started. And what is changing is this. This is the file size. This is the file size that we started, that we have. And notice that when we first started, this file size said 121, when I first selected it said 181 KB. That's what that one's saying. When I'm up here, now it's saying that it's going to be even bigger because I'm compressing it less. If instead I compress it more, I can get a smaller file size. So I went from, if I get less compression, I can make it be 600 KB. If I give it the maximum compression, I can make it 95 KB. Now, this is not the best way to see this. Trust me, this is not where I want to show this to you. I'm not 100%. I'm going to show you a different way. But look at the image difference here in the sky between low compression, the smallest file, tiny, tiny file. Look what happened to that sky. Can you see that banding? Like lines of color there?
Mhm.
And yet, if I make it a really large file, I get a beautiful gradient, but a lot more. Now, at this point, since we're printing, we don't care if the file is big or small. All we care about is that we are recreating the whole JPEG process of compression. And even if it's at the highest quality, recompressing a compressed file is causing quality drop in the extremes of the highlights and the lowlights and stuff like that. So if I were to say okay right now, then I would be saving over the one I opened, and I would have lost some quality even if I left it at the max size. In fact, I would have a bigger file size in my screen in my computer because I went max, and yet I would have a lesser quality image. I'm going to cancel out of that. So that's really never a good option to save a JPEG over a JPEG. Most of the times, if we're in Photoshop, we would have added something, taken something away. We might have layers, so we would end up with a PSD. If you have a PSD, let me go to one of these that we did before. If this is a JPEG now, well, one that's a JPEG now, Desert Road Pixels, this one that we did this with. We opened it as a JPEG. If I tried to save it right now, this one, it wouldn't give me the option for JPEG. It doesn't let me in a save. Only a JPEG can save as JPEG, although I don't recommend it. But as soon as you're in any other mode that's not JPEG, you don't get to save as a JPEG. You have to export as a JPEG, which is a much safer process. Because when you export as a JPEG, we all have this one open. We should have this one open. Go back to one of these that has layers. When you export as a JPEG, here's the good news. when you first try to save it, it'll say, make it into a PSD, right? You're like, oh, grumble, grumble, okay. I don't want to flatten this. I want to be able to come back and make a better job later of the layers, or I want to put in a little road runner here, whatever. So you say, okay, and you save it as a PSD, right? So let's do that. Let's save this one as a PSD. Maximize compatibility, see, okay. So see, I could not save it as a JPEG anymore already, just because it has layers. But then if I try to then say file save as a JPEG, sorry, file save as, it doesn't give me the option for JPEG from a layered file. I just don't have that option. You can't do it. Now, if you're working on an older version of Photoshop, at this point, this has been about 4 years, I'd say, since version 2021 that this is happening, or something like that, 2022, because hundreds of people made this mistake. I mean, the bazillions of people, new people working in Photoshop, they'd save this as a JPEG, and without understanding that that was happening, when they opened the file again, it was all flat. They'd lost all their layers because you could save as a JPEG before. Now, that's not a possibility. Now, if I want to make a JPEG out of this, it doesn't let me save over it. It saves my life by saying you have to do an export as. So I have to go to File. Instead of File Save, I have to go to File Export. Now, I'm not going to do the whole export right now with this one, but I just wanted to, I could do it with this one too. But since I started with the other one, I'm going to do with the other one. But exporting, what it means, so if you did hit export, export as, just go ahead and say cancel for now. We're going to explore this in a second, but just go ahead and say cancel. It will create, here in Bridge, you will have the layered version, and then next to it, you will have an exported version of a JKit, and it'll be the first time that's compressed as a JPEG. So it'll be a high quality JPEG. Next time you want another one, you would save another one. So say, now let's go back to the sample I was giving you. Say I want to print this photo in 3 sizes. I want to print it as a 3x2. I want to print it as a 5x7. And I print it as an 8x10. Maybe it's a portrait of my, your daughter's wedding, something that you want to have in different environments. So what you could do is you go to image size and you make it a 3x2 and you export as a JPEG. Then you go into image size and you make it a 5x7 and you export a 5x7 JPEG. Then you go in there and you make it an 8x10 and you export a JPEG as 8x10. Does that make sense? You make 3 output files, each one as a new JPEG, and each one will be the right size for that moment's job. I'm looking at the time. I'm still fine.
Can you start at a 3x2 and then go back up to a 8x11?
Yes and no. Yes and no. Be very careful my answer. Yes, you can, as long as resample is turned off and you're only resizing, then yes. I'm going to go ahead and say that I want this to be a 3x2. It goes up to 800 resolution. I haven't lost pixels. I'll say okay. Then I'll go up to File, Export As. Let's do this with 2 versions. So go to File, Export As. I'm going to spend much more time in this window in a little bit of time. For now, just head over here to JPEG and say yes to whatever. Just do an automatic yes. We'll just explore this in a bit. Just say export. And in this one, instead of just saying save, I would just say, this is really important. By the way, if you're on a Mac and you have this window and you want to do a better job of where to put it, you can click on this little arrow and it'll give you the big old export file. I think I have these in my download. Hold on, I need to figure out where I need to go to Bridge. Where do I have these photos? They're in my download spring class. Okay. So I'll go put it in my downloads. Spring. No, that's my fall classes, spring. Okay, so I would have to go in here and say, this is my 3x2 version, right? So I'll put a sample and I'll call this maybe 3x2, just so that I know later what I did to this photo. I made it at 3x2. And maybe I want to put a 300 PPI, right? So I know it's ready for printing. Like I'll put something on the file that tells me what it is that I'm going to do. When I say save, No, maybe later. It's trying to teach me about saving for early, but I don't want that. Don't show again. I'm just gonna go with no. When I go back to Bridge, now I have my original JPEG right here. Right there, it's 72 BPI. And then I have right next to it, one that is called 3x2 by 300 PPI. And I, when I click on that and I know I'm ready. And although right now that hasn't changed, I know that if I open this one again, it'll be at 300 PPI. By the way, had I saved that change? Yeah, I had saved that change. So that's what it'll show me. It'll show me this image 3x2. Then I can go in and I make another one. I'll make image size 8x10 this time or whatever. So I'm gonna put in a 10 over there. And as soon as I do that, I go, whoopsie daisy. I'm not at 300, it's 250, okay. Looks like I've reached the limit of what I can do this with this picture. So, okay, I'm okay. I'll just make it work. It'll be to the edge of good quality. All right, so this is the 10. I'll say okay to that. And then I'll say file export, right? And so, and I'm just doing it kind of quickly. As long as you get one done, that's okay. I'll say export. And then this one I'll say, this one is 10x6 or something like that. It ended up being 250 PPI, right? Just so that I know what's happening to these images internally. And later I can, here's what I can do. I'll have 3 of these files. What I can do is if I'm done printing the 3x2 ones and I'm done printing the 10x6 ones, I don't need to keep them anymore. So it's not like I need to fill my computer with versions of a photo that I don't want anymore. I'm going to make it a little bigger so that they all get near to see. I don't need to suddenly have 3 of these. I can get rid of this one, sorry, these 2, after I've printed them. Because the next time I need another print that's, 5x7, I'll come back and do another version, 5x7, right? And then talking about if you're going to send this file to print by a printer outside the world, you just want to print it on your printer and your screen in your own computer. Just say print when you do the print preview and go, and it'll print on your computer, your house printer. But if you're going to send this file out, now you've got it the right size. And then you can just say, well, delete. I don't need these anymore. You go to Bridge or anywhere and you just right click and delete these. Now I'm going to leave them for now, but this doesn't need to stay. These output files don't need to stay. What needs to stay is the first one, the one that you've been working on and doing changes in and putting, masks and modifications and an extra little bird or taking away a hand or whatever it is that you're doing. That's the one that you need to keep. So that's the process of going to print. And you can print from a JPEG, you can save it as a TIFF, you can save it as a PSD. You cannot say send to Costco a PSD, but you could maybe do color surfaces, maybe they could accept a PSD, you don't know, depending on the professional level. But for the most part, you can send them a high quality JPEG and life is good for printing. Before we move on to the other type of output, which is when it's for screen, any other questions you have about this? Actually, I do have one more thing I haven't said. Hold on. Let's go back to image size. I've been warning you about not touching resample. I'm going to talk about that now as we go in the future, but I want to keep this also inside of the conversation of printing. So let's go ahead and say, make it this big. Make it 10, so it's quite big at 250 or, yeah, let's say that that's the size that we want. That's the last save we made. So that's now if I'm going to for the first time ever click resample. So the first thing that we know that's happening is that width and height are now connected without resolution. Yeah. So if I were to now say that I want this image to become, let's say, 5x7. So I'm going to go 7 on the width. Well, look at that. And by the way, hold on, let me look. Up until now, this was just the number we want to remember is 2500 by about 1660. But let's remember 2500 and 11.9 megabytes. So when I move this to 7, Now the resolution hasn't changed, so it's still would be a good quality print. This has changed proportionally. It's a 7x4 now. But in order to make that change, and this is why resample is dangerous unless you're aware you're doing it, pixels have had to go. I don't have 2,500 pixels anymore. In fact, my file got smaller. It used to be bigger. Why? Because I just got rid of some dead weight. I had this, what Photoshop will do if I save this file, I will have an image that has been deprived of quite a few of its pixels. I always ballast in an air balloon that, you know, you throw the sandbag over the shoulder and you just don't recover it. You're gone. You've dumped those pixels. So if I say okay, let's go ahead and say okay to that right now. This image is truly now a smaller image in file size and in pixels. I have gotten rid of pixels. All right, you might not notice it's still a big photo, 5x7. I'll say image size, and then I'll go, now I want my little 3x2 or even smaller. It's going to be on a business card, but you know when you put only a half a picture with a business card and then the other half has my name on it. So let's say that I want this to be only a 1-inch image, because over here on the rest of the business card, I'm going to have my address and that kind of thing. So I made it a 1-inch image, 1/2 inch height. And I still want a good quality. So maybe let's make sure it's good quality by saying 300. We want it to be the best quality. So now I'm going to have a really good quality 1-inch image. I'm going to get a great business card. If I look up here, I'm down to only 300 by 200 pixels. I've gotten rid of a ton of pixels. My file, which used to be 11.9, almost 12 megabytes, then it went down to 6. Now it's down to, when it has a big number here, 1 megabyte, 1,000 kilobytes is 1 megabyte. So this is equivalent to less than one of these 5 megabytes, right? So we're down to less than that. It's a very tiny file. Okay, let's say okay to that. Is everyone following me? I went 1 and 300. We'll say okay to that. In fact, if I go try to pre-print this, there it is. I've resized it to be just 1. But since I had the resampling on, I haven't just resized it, I have resampled it. I've actually lost pixels. The moment I said okay to that, I lost those pixels. So now I say, well, I forgot to print my 10x6 version. I go back to image size, and I'm going to say I need to bring it back to being my 10x6 version. So I go 10x6, and look at what happened to the quality.
Blurred.
I had lost all those pixels. I recovered them. Oh, it's even higher, 300, because we used to have it at 250. So let me say, okay, 10x6 at 250. I'm back to the same pixels as I began with, 2,500 pixels. But look at the quality of my image. It's horrible. It's a disaster, because Photoshop had to invent those pixels from nowhere, because they had dumped the pixels. Photoshop had dumped them when I said okay to that resampling. And then when I opened it up again and now added, Photoshop happily resamples up. It's called upsampling or downsampling. First it downsampled and it gave me a gorgeous little 1-inch image. But when I upsample to make it big again, it does its best. It invented all the missing pixels, but this best is still not good enough. So when I say okay to this, I have an image that is 99% fake pixels that Photoshop invented in order to give me more space or resolution. I just wanted to say that in this case, it's so obvious that it's bad from the beginning that I don't need to. But sometimes I have to show people, if I were to look at this from far away, you know, when I zoom out, that doesn't look so bad at all. So you can never gauge the quality of image when it's out. If this were a bridge like this, and you know, bridge shows them like that, we'd look at this one and we'd look at the good one and we wouldn't know that one is better quality than another. You only can see the quality of an image at 100%. So every day you open an image, you have to first go to 100% and see, whoa, what happened to this thing? So those are JPEG. Those artifacts are sorry, these artifacts and all these halos are part of the whole upsampling. Anyway, so all of that means that I've really truly messed this photo up. Okay. Now, since I've messed it up, I'm going to go ahead and not save this. So please don't save this. We're going to close it without saving, and we're going to open it again, and we'll go back to having a healthy photo. Because when you, so let me just say, when the thing is, when you resample, every movement you do costs you. If you go bigger than you originally were, you're inventing pixels. If you go smaller, you're dumping pixels. You can't go back to where you were without somehow affecting your image. So you don't want to resample unless you truly have to. When would you have to resample? Only if, say that this picture was supposed to be, just watch this, you don't need to follow through with it. Say that this was supposed to be a 4x6, 4x2, there we go, 4x2 image. Imagine that it was still in good quality. If it's supposed to be a 4x2 image, and I originally started with this image at this number, I'll end up with a smaller image. And that is helpful if I'm good. And now I'm going to say cancel because I don't want to do this. I'm going to close this with canceling. If I were to say, have a document, say, let's say, don't save, say cancel, don't save. And then let's go back and open it again. And let's make sure you open the original one, the hand-fed seagulls JPEG, not all the versions, right? This is still the one that has 2,500 pixels by 72. Let's open it again. And we're back to having a good quality image. Now, I'm gonna look at this 100%, it's a good quality image. The only time that you care about the file size for printing is if you're gonna print maybe a coffee table book or The Independent, you know, an image, you know, some a business report that has, you know, photos in every page and it's 50 pages long. If each one of those files is at its full size, then it becomes a very unwieldy print job, and it might take hours to just process the file before it can start to print. Versus if you really need this image as 3 little thumbnails, 3 little images, it's better to resize them to small and then export a small version, a middle version, a 5 version, and then those are the ones that you put in the newsletter. And then the print job goes much faster. That's stuff that we learn in the digital design techniques class, but I'm gonna let you take that class if you want to know more about that. But in this case, all we need to do is know not to up or down sample with the resampling image unless you export that file safely. All right. Now I am going to start talking about, well, what if I want to go to export this on a screen? Oh, and by the way, really quick, because I don't want to take much more time. Is this still here? Yeah, so I told you about the web coding class that's coming up. Sorry, the Photoshop for web design. The others too, if you're interested in Photoshop for design. But for those of you who want to know more about everything I'm talking about right now, I do have a digital design technique starting next week on Friday mornings. This one is exactly online. It's exactly the same schedule. And it starts next Friday. This one finishes today, and next Friday, I start with digital design techniques. It is full. And if you want to get into this one, you need to email me, and I have to give a permission for it to be printed. Okay, so just
is there one class that focuses more on the printing and the color matching and everything?
Yeah, so this digital design techniques would be that. So CRN, and there's a number, digital design techniques, and that's exactly the same time we have now. And then I have producing a digital newsletter, producing a digital magazine. These are happening in April, at the beginning of May, the last 2 weeks. So that's up to you. I just wanted to quickly show you that. But this one is, yeah, that would be, who had asked? Who just spoke? I was looking at my screen.
I did, and.
Okay, so this would be the class for you to take. We do Illustrator, InDesign, and Photoshop, and we see what it takes to create a final piece. And yeah, inside of that, it's a lot more of this conversation of what you do with files to get them to print correctly, how to get them online correctly. So today I'm giving you the mini version of that. We create pieces, we print them, and yes, you get all the conversation about printing and printers and color and all that. All right. So back to this image. What if this were to go on screen? What if this would be something that you're going to put on a blog, a website, you're going to publish, you're going to, and this might sound weird, but if you're not an artist, but I have countless students who are analog artists, you know, they do sculptures or they do oil paintings or watercolors, right? And when you want to save your file and send it, for example, because you're gonna put it on a show, you want to send it, you have to send 4 images to a museum to see if they're gonna like put your show up or a gallery or something. You need to make a good high quality image, but they're gonna see it on screen. They're gonna give you some sizes. They're gonna tell you it needs to be no more than this many pixels, this many sizes. They give you a set of numbers. What they're talking about is exactly what we're gonna do next. So I don't know if anyone has any of that, but if you're doing a web design, and then you'll have your either your designer, web designer is going to tell you, well, this needs to be, you know, 50 by 60 pixels. They tell you how many pixels. Or you're publishing this on a platform where the instructions are. This image has to be 1200 pixels. So you look at what the specifications are. And again, this is something we talk about much more in the other class. But then what matters is file size, like file size, total pixels and file size. So how we get a smaller file size is invariably going to be beat with compression, JPEG compression. So I'm going to go to file. Again, we don't go anymore to image size. Really, this one's good for printing, but it's not good when we're going to change the image size for turning it into anything on screen. We're going to go straight to export as. So from this image, we're going to go and use the export as, and this time we're going to spend a little time on this to see what's the best format to export this this image, and for whatever needs I have. So I'm going to go to export as, file, export as, and I let go. And here we are in the one that I said I'd explain a little bit later. It's time to explain it because there's just so many things you can do in this little window. Stop me if you have questions. Otherwise, I kind of keep going, right? First of all, a while ago, I said changes. But if you haven't yet, by default, this will show up as a PNG.
Diana?
Yes.
Sorry, this is Lisa. I just have one general question for you before you move on. So is the only way to print a photograph and retain the 300 ppi, resolution at a size larger than what is, your pixels you have is telling you can, would be to put it like into like Illustrator and vector it?
Yeah and no. For those of you, she's taking my Illustrator class. No, it's going to give you good quality, but it isn't completely photo perfect. You can push it. I went from like 1 inch to 10 inches, and it's a big difference. But say you have an 8 by 10 and you want to make it 11 by 12. Yeah, you're going to lose a little bit of quality, but you can do that. If you're going to go double the size, there's another tool that the raw tool has that I didn't show you that might be able to duplicate the size. There's some artificial intelligence tools now in Photoshop called Super Zoom, where you can go beyond that and it does a pretty good job. It's still fake, but it does a really good job of upping the quality. Up until 2 years ago, I would have said, no, you just don't go up. You have to go choose another picture. But the tools for upsizing are getting better and better. And now it is possible to upsize and still have some quality left. But no.
But then how do photographers take an image and print it huge?
Vectorizing for Illustrator would be only, and if that's what's heard, if you're going huge, like, and I don't want to go too much time, I have only so much time left in my digital design techniques class, but you would be able to vectorize it and put it, say, on the side of a truck,
right.
Vaughn's truck, an Apple, that kind of thing. But you wouldn't for a regular print vectorize it. Anyway, I do want to move off from that.
Okay, sure.
But what I'm saying, take another class. All right.
Okay.
We're gonna go ahead and choose JPG. The others I talk about also in digital design techniques. For here, all we care about is JPEG photographs. Well, for screen, 99% of the times will export as JPEG. The only reason to go to PNG is if you have transparency, since we don't for now, that's all we're gonna do, JPEG. So we're in preview mode. And this one has all my pixels, 2500 pixels by 1669. And when I go over here, it tells me that this image is going to print out same amount of pixels. And it's going to be this big. Where do I see this size? And I choose what size, because remember what matters is size. Over here, quality, high and low. Remember that I showed you that before in the other format? I can decide that I want a very high quality. If I do that, then I get a bigger file, or an extremely low quality, and then I get a smaller file. Over here, this one for some reason is low, but you want to make this one go up to 100%. So let's go, if you don't have it yet, push this up until it says 100% in your preview. And this is where you discover that you can't just compress willy-nilly to really small, because quality becomes a disaster. So say that, let's go put it back up here in high quality. Say that that is the size your picture has to get, then you can't take any more pixels away. But assume that this image, you were told by the web designer, whatever, that it should be a total width of 500 pixels. The other one will fall wherever it falls by the fact that it's, proportional. So 349 KB right now. If I go from 2500 pixels to 500 pixels, hit return, this one changes. Yeah, I made this file so small that, of course, the file size went from what, 390 or something, like from 400 to 120. So that's a good way to get rid of file size. But what if I didn't want that? Right now I haven't changed anything. This is like resizing. Nothing has happened yet. What if I did not want to keep changing my the amount of pixels? Was it I wanted it to be 2500? So let's go back to 2500 and hit return, hit the tab or something to get back your 1669. So you, or just go back to, from, I think we had gone down to like 20%, go back to 100%. So you don't want to scale it. So if this is the amount of pixels your image has to have, how do you get a smaller file? Is only by compression. Now I'm going to go back again to 100% here. Sorry, it keeps going back out of the way. I wish it would stay here, because the only one that matters is 100% really for this conversation. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to see how far I can push it. Now, why? I want to do as small as possible. That's the rule. You want to go as small as possible for the internet. The smaller, the better, until you begin to lose quality. That's your stopper point. So this is my preview at highest quality. I'm going to go ahead and move to my 2-up version. Go back to 100% again. I don't know why it's not. I thought it usually used to stay at 100%. Now it's defaulting to going smaller. Smaller won't help. We need to see it in small and big. So when I go down here, it's showing me the 2 versions of this photo. And I can read down here what's happening to this image. And this one here was my preview. And this one is becoming smaller, right? So if I click on this one, you'll see that it went from high quality compression, meaning less compression. I click on this one, it's going down. It's still good quality compression, but it's less. Thus, I'm getting a bit of a smaller image. So I'm going to start moving this down until it starts looking bad, because I want it as small as possible. And it keeps going down, down, down. And what I mean by looking bad, well, just do it on your own image and you'll see. I'm already seeing it looking bad. I'm at number 3. Anytime I go down lower, it goes worse and worse and worse. Now, if you hadn't seen it before, now force it all the way to low and now compare. Original with lots of compression, okay? Now, if everyone has gotten to the place where you can see the difference in the sky, which is very obvious, so you need to be at the lowest. And I'm going to say very obvious, everyone should be able to see this on your own screens. It's harder on the projected version. Now, drag around to the other parts of the image, like the ocean down here. So how much worse does this look than this look down here? Does this look much worse than this in this area of the photo?
No,
Now, if you pay really close attention and you knew where to look, you might see that there's some little patches of color, but for the most part, you cannot, look at the hand. Does it look so different?
no.
And yet look how bad the sky looks.
Mhm.
So compression is visible very differently in areas of detail than with no detail. What I mean, there's so much detail going on in here that all those little foibles of compression get hidden. You don't see them. So if you have a highly detailed image, you can compress the heck out of it, get a really tiny file, and no one will know the difference. But the moment you have anything like smooth colors or gradients, like skies, it's a dead giveaway. Like if you have the blank side of a wall or anything that's smooth, a coffee cup that's porcelain, and you just see this, any smooth gradient without texture, you have to be very careful how much you compress. That's why I do this example with an image with big sky and not with, say, a waterfall. You can compress that waterfall and no one will notice, but here you will. So once you begin to notice, you back off and then you go up and down until you look at the area that's going to be the dangerous area, which is the area that has a smooth gradient. Like if it had clouds, it wouldn't work. Clouds have some kind of texture. It needs to be a smooth gradient. And then you start looking for those banding, those waves of color. And I can see them here still. I'm at 3 and I can see them. So that's too low. Let me see at 4. If you know what to look for, I can still see them. Granted, 90% of the public might not notice it, but if I pay any minute of attention to the sky, I would definitely see that banding there. So I'm going to go up again and so on and so forth. And I'm like, yeah, I kind of reached the place where I'd have to be really pushed to say that I can see anything in that sky. So that's the setting for my image. In the past, we could actually dial this to even in between those. The last few sessions, it just jumps 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It doesn't let you dial an in between number. But between 4 and 5, and 4, I see the banding, and 5, I don't. So where am I at? I'm at 182 KB. That then, with these many pixels, that's as small as this file can get. I have gotten it to the extreme of what I can do to get the smallest file I can at a set number of pixels that I've been given that I need to use, slash still maintaining its quality. Okay, so at this point, this image is the one that I'm going to export. Before I export, any questions about this process and how I went back and forth? The reason I use the 2UP is to be able to always compare, because sometimes it's hard if you're not using 2UP to really see what's happening. You kind of need to put them together to go, oh yeah, that's true. That's a problem, or this is not a problem. No questions? Instead of no questions, is give me a yes if you're okay, because you might not even be around, or you might be so lost that you don't know. Just give me a yes if life is good, if you're following. And if you're like confused by anything, guys, this is the time. Right. So Anne, what's up with you?
I just didn't follow it, but you know what? I'll just watch it on the class.
Mm.
I get the gist of it.
The gist of it is basically
Yeah.
that when you go compress an image, how much compress, this is for everyone, like reviewing, how much you compress it does make a difference to the quality. Remember at the very beginning of last week, I said that when you use a raw file, the camera, when you click without raw, it saves it as a JPEG. So already the camera is creating its first compression, and you're losing some quality on the edges. That's the first compression of that image already. Then you open it up and you compress it again, you lose a little bit more quality. But if you want to really pack it in tight and you make it really tiny, you're compressing it like, I always think, does anyone have any of those bags that you put in a vacuum backwards and you suck out the air?
Yeah.
It's like, I've seen it in commercials or whatever. I've never had one, but the amount of photo or blanket you still have is the same, but you compress and compress and compress it to make it fill into a small space. it weighs the same amount, whatever, but that'll take us up less space. So this is taking up less space as far as file size is concerned, even though you have the whole image. But as opposed to real life, when you do this in this mode, you actually lose quality. So you want to do it the least amount possible. And so here I am previewing it at its expanded mode. And in this one, I begin playing and I decided that's the best it can get. I can almost see no difference. And I'm looking in the sensitive areas, not in the easy areas. And I say, okay, ready. And that's as small as I can do it. For those of you who take the Photoshop for Web class, I'm going to talk even more about this window. But for now, we'll go and hit export. And so this one, it's really important not only to say the size, because in this case, the size isn't changing at all. In this case, what's happening is the compression is changing because I'm still at 2,500 pixels, right? I haven't taken pixels out of this one. I could have, but I made the decision that this is the size I need. All I have left is compression to make the size small. So then I'll change the name by saying, and it's going to be a JPEG, and I am recompressing it smaller. And so I'm going to say what quality compression. Now, as I said before, we could put really specific numbers. We could do like 90 compression, whatever. Now we're back to, for some reason, they defaulted to just between 1 and 7. So I'm going to say 5, and I'm going to say QT for quality 5, right? That kind of tells me what I've done. And then if I need to know how many pixels, because I could have a quality 5 with only 1,000 pixels or 1,500 pixels. Like that's, instead of saying 5 by 7, I would have changed it to a number of pixels and it'll show up a smaller size on a screen than a bigger size. So that would be my size, right? And normally I don't need to, but I could say pixels. And that's it. So now I've got hand-fed seagulls, 5 quality, 250. So I know it's quite compressed, but not tremendously horribly compressed. And that I haven't changed any amount of pixels. So then I'll say save. And then I go back. Photoshop goes back to my original. This is still my master file, my home file, my file that I start with that I haven't messed up with, I haven't compressed, but I have exported another version. Now I have my 10 by 6, 250 ppi. I have my 3 by 2, 300 ppi. I have my, clearly, if I'm going with the compression like that, it's because I'm going for the web. And I have not compressed pixels. I can go make another one where I make it be only 500 pixels and compress it like crazy. When would I do that? Well, what if this is going to be a little thumbnail on my page as a photographer? I'll have a little thumbnail says, these are my wildlife pictures. If it's a tiny little picture like this on my web page that you click on and then you get my big version, then who cares if it's compressed and, you know, because it doesn't look. So then I'll go and say, okay, I'm going to make a little thumbnail picture for this. So I'm going to say file, export as, and I'm going to go with 500 pixels. I don't remember right now what the size for a thumbnail is. It might even be a bit less. I think it might be 200. I don't remember right now for a little thumbnail. And then I'm going to go ahead and compress it really tiny. And that is like nothing, 5 KB. I can put 5 or 10 of these on a web page and it won't affect. No one's going to look at this and decide that's the quality of my photography. They'll click on this and that'll take them to the page where my big old seagulls spread out and they go, oh, that's nice. They'll see the nice sky instead of the compressed sky. So I'm really pushing it. If I export this one, I can call this one thumbnail. Yeah, and I know what that means. I might want to write 500 or 200 pixels or something like that. I'll say save. And again, now I have more. So these are all output images. The ones that I'm going to use for the thumbnail, for showing how good my photography is, for printing small, for printing big, whatever it is that I've got. And then when I'm done doing all that, I can get rid of them. I can get rid of all of these. I can delete all of these. And as long as I keep my original, my master photo, which when it is my master, usually it will have layers and I will actually call it master or original. There's 2 words depending on what I'm doing. To know that never to throw that one away because I can go and keep, then I can do some raw editing on it. I can add a sunset to it. I can do whatever I want to it. these are throwaways, but this is not. Does that make sense, you guys?
Mhm.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna stop my share for a minute.
Why wouldn't you, with your original, just make a copy and then work on the copy? That make it too big of a file or?
In the past, that was a recommendation
Yeah.
because you could save as a JPEG and people who didn't know what they were doing would mess up, would lose their photos. But now that you can't really save as a JPEG, that all you can do is export. When I'm done exporting, I go back to my original, right? So if I were to copy this original image once, 2, 3 times, I've got that entire image, all of its file size in my computer 2 or 3 times. And woe to me if I make a change in one that I didn't make in the other. And then I open it up again and go, wait, I had taken 2 of these birds out. How come they're here again? Oh, I took it on the other one and I opened that one. Yeah, but this one doesn't have my color correction. And I go back to the first one. It's like, it's really confusing to have different versions, unless it's on purpose. You want to make one look like it's sunset. You make another one look like it's, middle of the day. You make changes that truly you're turning it into 2 different photos. Then there you've got 2 masters of that original. The bottom layer will always be that original, and all the changes happen in layers. You want to avoid having too many of the same thing. You always want, let me be clear. You never want to work on the only photo you have. So if this is the only photo I have that came out of my camera, I went to the pyramids of Egypt, I downloaded it, I'm back here in the States, I downloaded onto my computer. I will never work on that one. You have to have backups of your original somewhere else. Either put them on a different hard drive, or if you have one computer, make a copy of it, but then upload them to the internet. You don't want to have one computer having all your photos once and then open a buffer shut and work on them. Because if you mess something up, you're not going to go back to the Pyramid of Egypt and put the camel in the right spot or whatever, the Nordic lights that you got, or the wedding moment that they put on the ring. Those things are gone. So you never want to lose one set. So in that sense, yes, you want to have your originals somewhere else. But the ones that you're ready to work on, you don't want to have 10 of the same version. In fact, even this of having many of the same version is confusing unless you label them correctly and say which is the one that has the highest quality with all of its pixels. That's the one that you modify, manipulate, change, do raw, do whatever on. And then all of these little other ones are like little export output files that you can keep or not keep. It doesn't matter. You think you're going to print this one again in 5x7 10 more times, keep it. But if you're done, once was enough, just get rid of it. Then you don't have to clog your computer. You don't want to keep having versions and versions of the same one because it's A, clogging your computer, but mainly B, very confusing. You might end up on the wrong one, making it small, and then the first one big. And when you suddenly look and you go, shoot, I've messed up all of my original versions and I don't have another original because I thought I was working on the other one. You know what I mean? Anyway, if you're interested in the digital design techniques, or at least you said more about color and stuff like that, there's another reason to do these output files. What if this is a business file? This is my the photo proclaiming what a great photographer I am, and I'm going to make this image be not only my business card, but I'm going to make it be a little postcard, that I'm going to put it on a little poster for an art show, then I'm actually going to put it on my website, and I'm going to put it on my blog, then someone's going to publish an article about me in the Independent, I'm going to give them a photo. I'm going to use this photo hundreds of times, right? So I'm going to have hundreds of different outputs each time I hand it out in the best format possible. But still, I really only need one main one that remains the treasure, if you want. Keep it. But that said, then your whole computer and all your files should now be also backed up. And I talk in my Mac classes about how to back up. You definitely need a backup of this master file. Because if your computer dies and you lose the master file, you lost everything, right? So you should, but not onto the same computer. That's not a backup. Duplicating it here and having 2, the computer's going to die, you're going to lose both. You should have it on a separate hard drive or on the internet, wherever you do your backups, so that you have all of them, okay? Anyway, Yeah, it's, I'm a few minutes past the time and people have to leave, so I just want to wish everyone this time long-term goodbye because class is officially over. I'll stay answering questions, but if you have to go, it's been great meeting you. I'd love to see you again some other time, some other class. Those of you who are new to Photoshop, even if you have to take the same class again, you'll learn a ton more because as you solidify the original knowledge, you can build upon it. Those of you who already feel like, hey, you got it, then go and do wonderful things. And every now and then send me something that you're doing. I'd love to know how you're moving through with all this knowledge. And yeah, I'll see you either on the Monday class or maybe in digital design or somewhere else.
Thanks, Diana.
Thank you, Diana.
Bye. Take care. I'm here for questions. Does